evangelical. I don't care. My claim is that what he's doing is ethnic cleansing. Ethnic cleansing is a war crime according to the Fourth Geneva Convention. It's against international law under the Rome Statute. So we shouldn't be part of that. The United States should not be supporting Donald Trump's plan for ethnic cleansing.
I agree. What do you think should be done instead with the Israel-Gaza situation? I'm not sure what your stance is on this.
I would like to see a ceasefire in Gaza.
Two-state
I would like to see. I don't really get into debates about what solutions. I would like to see an end to the killing. I would like to see Gazans have freedom. I would like to see the Palestinians in Gaza somehow get their land back. 80% of Gaza right now is under Israeli military control or displacement. I would like to see freedom for the Palestinian people. I'm an American. To go back to the core of this show, I support American values. One person, one vote. Free speech.
It really is a religious and ethnic
battle.
It is
not a religious battle.
Well, yes.
No, it's
that
not.
is what it's obviously between Jews and Muslims who want control of the Holy Land.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
What else? What other?
Actually, the founders of Israel were secular. They were not religious, actually. And I think some religious Jews, like Bezalel Smotrich, who's the Israeli government minister, is a religious fanatic. But that is the core of the conflict is over land. It's colonial. It's historic. It is not about religion.
Colonialism is for a reason.
The people who want to steal the land want everyone to believe it's religious.
My point is, why are we sitting here? Why are we sitting here? It's like a false dichotomy where we have to argue, like, do Jews get Israel? Do Muslims get Israel? Why are we?
I've never brought up anyone's religion.
How many of us
I didn't bring up anyone's religion.
How many of us here are Christians?
I didn't bring up anyone's religion.
Trying to pick sides between Jews and Muslims taking over Israel. Like, don't you think that?
Hold on. First of all, I didn't bring up religion. Second of all, you know that a lot of Palestinians are Christian, right?
Some of them.
You're just reducing it to Muslim versus Jew.
It's majority Muslim. Yeah, it's very.
But there are many
Palestinians. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, but there's not that many.
So it's not worth.
So it is. Well, it is. The reason why do you think Iran is backing proxies that want to take over Gaza and back the terrorism of Gaza? It's obviously because they want to Muslim control of the land. You don't think that's why?
No, I don't think it's about religion. I've been following this conflict for decades. It's not about religion. People who say it's about religion, it's a distraction.
Well, it's a big part of it, I think.
I think it's become a big part of it. It's been weaponized by bad faith actors, sure. But I don't think that's the core. The core is that one group of people are dominating another group of people. It is apartheid.
But what group of people is dominating another group of people?
One ethnic group is dominating another ethnic group.
What ethnic group?
Jewish people.
Yes, dominating.
Arabs.
Yes.
But I didn't say anything about Christian, Muslim, Jew in a religious sense. Jews defined as religion and ethnicity, you know that, right?
Well, why do you think that Muslims want control of the
Holy Land? You keep saying Muslims. I didn't bring up Muslims.
Well, they're Muslim states. Like, what do you think, like, Iran wants to do with
I didn't bring up Iran.
But that's part of the conversation. What do you mean?
No, it's not. The conversation is Donald Trump is doing ethnic cleansing, and you agree with me. So I'm not sure why you're still here.
It's part of the larger context.
It's a weird debate when you actually agree with me.
What I was trying to say is we kind of have this false dichotomy here where we're trying to take the side of the Gazans, which mostly it's a Muslim majority, or the side of the Jews to try to decide who gets control over Israel.
I didn't say about control.
America is a majority Christian country. Should we be deciding Christians should have control of?
I agree. Donald Trump should not. Nothing to do with religion. Donald Trump should not be deciding what happens to Gaza. That's my claim. If you agree with me, great. Let's shake hands. Give a seat to someone who disagrees with me.
Do you think that America should just cut ties with Israel altogether?
What's your definition of cut ties?
Like stop funding them, stop being their military arm?
Yes, I'm on record saying that. That was very easy.
How's my day? Pretty good.
Hello. Welcome back, Richie. You really want to be here?
Just got back from a little vacation. Took a train ride to Washington when I got back today. So it was alright. Good day.
First of all, I really thought that obviously where we started, where it ended up, there's a lot of aggression. I can see in your eyes there's a level of exhaustion from being here. This is where my empathy comes in. Where it doesn't is, when you have a room full of people that do agree with you, we have...
And I came home, I had a shirt in the mail. That's what this is. I just got this. It says, no rules, fishing club. Thought it was kind of interesting, so picked it up.
Opportunity to come together. And you're kind of mocking people when they do. So you mock Sarah a little bit, when you guys clearly had a common interest and goal to reach. So I can tell you're agitated. I want to bring that all down. Please.
I'm guessing you're not going to, but let's see.
No, I'm going to. I do want to point out some contradictions. First and foremost, I don't believe you're pro-American in the value system that you claim to uphold, especially with free speech, if you're not willing to debate people that don't share your values. That's very un-American.
So from Pakistan, that's cool, man.
At Les Schwab, our above and beyond service means more hustle.
Shut up,
I
Pakistan.
don't believe it's ethnic cleansing,
Well-
because it's not his plan.
It is his plan. He said it's my plan.
No, he's
Benjamin Netanyahu called it his plan.
he is obeying someone else's plan.
Okay.
I'm
Who is he obeying?
He is obeying Israel's plan
Okay.
for the Greater Israel Project, of which this is one of those things that we can agree on.
Why is he doing it?
Why is he doing that?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they have something on him. Maybe they have something on all.
But you think it's a
Americans.
bad thing what he's doing?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah. No. I
That's to
don't
agree with
but
you.
See, I don't want to shut
I'm
down the
not walking you up agreeing
conversation.
with you.
Okay. Perfect. But I want to take this opportunity because I don't know if I'm going to get the opportunity again to say you're not American. First and foremost, you're not.
Remember what I said? The
I'm
agitation
saying-
from you is not going to be
no,
low.
what I'm saying.
You claim
though-
to lower the temperature
No,
and
I
then
know,
make
but
racists
listen.
from.
It's my Xbox. I want to know what's going on to your left. To my left? What do you mean, my setup? This is a humidifier. This is an Xbox. That's a neon thing. I got some toys back there if you want to see them. Thank you. There's a collector's edition Solid Fingers plush with his friends and a rusty spoon. Butthead. Cat, please. Bring back the cat. She's a little scared cat. She keeps running around. Got my Gundam. Yeah, I got Solid Fingers. Need the cat. Alright, let me put my toys away then I'll grab the cat. Kitten! Wow! Everyone loves cats. Wow! She's mad at me because I gave her her ear medicine.
You know that's a racist remark.
It's not racist.
You tell an American
Okay, but-
citizen.
But
who
okay,
is,
perfect. You just proved your own point.
What?
You just said that was a racist position. Earlier, you argued this contention that America has no race. It's a bunch of immigrants that culminate together.
That America has no race.
You inferred it. You absolutely did. So now you're saying it's racist for me to take an American nationalist approach. You're
What
kind
is an American national approach? Is that a white approach?
I think it's a white nativist approach. Of course,
So only
absolutely.
Americans are white
Why
people.
did your parents
So
immigrate
Americans
from
only
India?
white people.
Why did your parents immigrate from India to the UK?
Because the UK colonized and.
I don't know. She's just always she just always seems to have like something in her ear or some, I don't know. So I just use it every once in a while just to clean it up or whatever. So she feels better. I wanted to clean her nose too. I think she might have some bunch of weird stuff in her nose. Come here.
In India.
Okay, why did you immigrate to America?
Because many reasons.
Bad
Okay,
girl.
all opportunity. There's
Take
this
opportunity.
back.
You don't know.
The accent. Your accent is an afflict of.
Earlier, she was running around in these blackberry bushes, and she might have got some blackberries all over her. So maybe she needs a bath. She's majestic looking. She looks very comfortable. Normally, she's more friendly, but she's like kind of standoffish right now, and angry. She's got a nice stomach. Let me show it to you. Beautiful colors. Can show the blackberries. No, that was back in Washington. I mean, I could try. We have, yeah, I mean, we have blackberry bushes out here in Oregon too. She's,
White Anglo-Saxon.
You know there are 50 million Americans in this country.
I
Remember?
understand, but
None of them are Americans in your view.
What I'm trying to get you to do to reach a common ground here.
You're not going to
is
reach a common ground because you sound not American.
Please try.
I don't think you're American.
I'm saying you're
I
not.
don't think you're American.
I'm saying you're not
I think you're
American due to
American.
values.
I don't think you're not American on values either. I think you're a little fascisty, a little racisty.
See, you're using these words. Okay, first of all, I want to say this.
I'm not just throwing it at you.
For
You didn't come sit down and I said it.
every conservative
You
that
began
has
the
ever
show
been shut
asking
down
where
by
I'm from.
leftists like you, for every conservative, for
You're
every
not conservative.
conservative,
You've already said
for
that.
every right
You've already
wing,
said you're
for
not
every
conservative.
Stefan Molyneux,
Oh,
Thomas
oh,
Sowell,
okay.
Nick
lover of
Fuentes, all of those
nature
people.
and
Is
that
Thomas
people
Sowell
are-
blackberry bushes.
He's Australian. But that's the point. I'm saying people that are on our side of the aisle that get shut down by people like you because you're levered.
Yeah, I guess they don't have blackberry bushes everywhere, but yeah. I went to Tacoma, Washington, and they had them right by the train station. And in Portland, we got them over by the river. So yeah. Yeah, I could subscribe to my channel, and I'll try and get some blackberry footage.
In this position of emotion.
You're joking, right?
No, I'm not. You're
You
left
didn't
in a
know that
position of emotion.
my side of the aisle is trying to deport you. The only shutting down is being done by you.
I'm actually
The
trying
only
to
shutting down is being
genocide my
done by
entire
you.
race. So what are you talking
Wow.
about? Oh, what
You're
are
a
you
white-
talking about?
You're a white
What are you-
genocide guy?
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
You know the fact. You're
I'm amazed that Jubilee finds some of you guys. How do you find you?
She's like a great white shark on the bottom. Look at that. That's a cool looking chin right there. Thank you, Panda.
Do you see
Did
that
they email you? Do you?
I was in Washington State and I played some disc golf with my brother. It was like my second time playing, so didn't do that great, but I recorded a video and I'm going to put it on my channel after I edit it, like tomorrow or something like that.
Do you have Jubilee?
Why are you trying to oust me? This
You
is such
shop
a
at
cheap
Costco.
tactic.
You go to Nordstrom.
No,
all
I'm
immigrants.
trying
Have you
to-
ever been on eBay?
No, but
Immigrants.
I'm a
You
great-
love immigrants.
No, I'm a
You love immigrants when they're helping you.
I'm
You just
not,
don't like the color of my
it's not
skin.
We're having a different
All right,
conversation.
You're not a
pause.
genocide.
We're having a different
Pause.
conversation.
All right, you've been voted
I'll
out.
just
Please
turn
return
down
to
a
your
little
seat.
bit.
I really wish.
Yeah, this is
I believe in white
what's it
genocide,
called?
so it's very hard to.
It's like on Jubilee channel, and it's one progressive versus 20 far right conservatives.
Although, so
Kind of
We'll switch
interesting.
over to the Gaza thing in a second, but
Okay.
I just wanted to touch on that. You said that you support free speech, of course, right? So what I'm confused about is you refuse to debate people that have disagreed with you because you said that they're racist or they're
No,
fascist, right?
no. If we're going to do facts, they said they were racist and fascist. Get your facts right before you start
Okay,
arguing.
so isn't the whole entire point of the debate to debate people that you don't agree with?
I don't do it. People don't see me A as equal. No point. Or B, support democracy because that would undermine the whole idea of the debate. If you don't support democracy as our friend here doesn't, and support General Franco, then what is the point of the debate? The First Amendment doesn't mean you have to debate everyone. Somebody comes up to you in the street and starts talking to you. You don't have an obligation to carry on talking to them. I'm sure you go about your business. Somebody comes up to you in the subway and sits next to you and starts ranting in your face. So you're not going to start debating.
so everybody here
So
in the studio-
everyone here has hygiene standards, as do you. There are people you wouldn't debate, I'm sure, as well.
Okay. So can you please describe why you think Trump is supporting ethnic cleansing of Gaza just because he wants to take over the land there? How does that?
And not just take over the land. Kick out all the people. That is the definition of ethnic cleansing.
So is it ethnic cleansing killing people? Because it seems like you're.
No, you can ethnic cleanse people without killing them. And by the way, they have been killed. More than 50,000 people in Gaza have been killed by the Israelis, by people like Bezalel Smotrich, who said recently, the finance minister of Israel, we are going to Gaza to conquer, cleanse, and remain. We're going to annihilate the place. We're going to disassemble Gaza, he said. We're going to leave it behind as piles of rubble. That's the guy Trump's funding, supporting. That's the guy praising Trump. So yes, Trump and Smotrich are ethnically cleansing Gaza.
I cannot deny that thousands of people are dying in Gaza, But you need to realize why are they dying? Is it possibly that they're attacking another country?
No,
Just
the
because
people who are
Israel
dying are
is
not
killing-
attacking another country.
Just because Israel is killing more Gazans than Gazans are killing Israel doesn't mean Gaza is
That's a
right.
tough
and Israel is
choice.
evil.
I never said anything
Um,
about evil or righteous.
Israel
I
might
said
be-
ethnic cleansing. You said don't have to be killed. I said they are
Well-
being killed, and the criteria of what's happening to
Yes.
them. If Donald Trump says these people have to leave and never come back, is that not?
I like yeah, it's a tough choice. I've seen more of Washington State, so I'd have to say Washington off the bat. But yeah, I like Portland areas, nature and shit too. Portland has a lot more parks. Like just in Portland, they have a whole lot of parks. A lot more than in Tacoma.
Ethnic cleansing. What is your definition of ethnic cleansing?
I would think ethnic cleansing is when you're killing off a large part of an ethnic group.
That's genocide. You're confusing your terms. Ethnic cleansing is removing one ethnic group using a deliberate policy by violence or terror-inspiring means to remove another population, another ethnic group from a certain geographic area. That's the UN definition of ethnic cleansing. That is what he's doing. When he was asked Donald Trump, can they come back? He said, no, they cannot. That is ethnic. I've heard all these. In fact, people talk about white genocide today. You guys are nationalists. How would you feel
We're talking
if somebody
75%
came,
of the
a
time.
president of France came and told you to leave your land and not come back? Would you not feel you've been ethnically cleansed from your island?
From America?
Yeah.
Well, because my ancestors were settlers here, not immigrants. They actually built
Palestinians are not immigrants in Gaza.
something.
They
Israel's
are
built
indigenous
that
people
area.
to the land.
Didn't Israel just give Gaza land like a few decades ago?
No.
I'm pretty sure Israel used to have that land.
I'm pretty sure you're
in
wrong.
the
They
1990s.
withdrew
Yes,
from
did.
2005 from the land but control
Yeah,
the
they
air.
gave them to them.
No, they don't give it to them. They control the air,
Yeah.
the sea space, the borders, the population registry. They controlled what went in and out. It was a prison, an open air prison. That's not giving them
Don't they have a
freedom.
border with Egypt and then the Mediterranean
Yes,
Sea?
and the
So how's
Israelis
that
and Egyptians work together because Donald Trump and Joe Biden and
Egyptians
Barack
funded
Obama.
Muslim?
Yes, they're funded by the United States. Did you know that Muslim countries do bad things too?
No, I know that they bad things.
Okay,
I'm not-
then so we're in agreement.
All right,
Yes.
pause. You've been voted out. Please return to your
Nice
seat.
to meet you.
Oh wow, great.
Hello, sir. Welcome back.
All right, so I agree that Trump wants to do a cleansing, but not an ethnic one, because that area requires a lot of cleansing. Because when you have a population that was taught from early childhood age to hate Jews, Christians, and pagans, you need some serious re-education.
Number one, that's not true. Number two, that's not what he's proposing.
Well, I mean, most Palestinians, by polling number, do support Hamas.
They support resisting
Ah.
Israel.
Well, I mean, the thing is, what did they do in the first place that they were in this, what you call open air prison?
Great question. What did they do to deserve being occupied?
Well, here's the thing, because the Islamic Republic in Iran is using them as a tool,
What is it
as a tool for their Islamic expansion.
When did the Islamic...
Because they don't-
Hold on. When did the Islamic Republic of Iran... You're Iranian American,
Yes.
I believe.
Yes, I am.
When was the Islamic Republic of Iran founded?
1979,
When was Gaza occupied by Israel?
19. Well, the very first time.
67.
67.
No
Yes.
problem.
Can we do the maths together? 12...
I'm politically ignorant, but Trump scares me for some reason. Do you think that's a valid thing for me to feel that way? I feel like, oh yeah, I mean, I like Trump when he's funny, but yeah, sometimes I worry.
Years before the Islamic Republic of Iran
Mhm.
existed,
Yep.
Israel was oppressing, occupying,
Uh,
dispossessing the people of
uh,
Gaza. So your argument makes no sense.
Were there any terrorist organizations at the time?
The PLO was considered a terrorist organization by the entire Western world.
All right, so what's Hamas there?
Hamas did not exist until the 1980s.
Exactly. My point is, after the Islamic Republic came,
What's up,
it-
Catherine?
Twisted Tea is a refreshing hard iced tea made with real brewed tea. Keep it twisted.
it became chaotic because the Islamic Republic started to use the so-called innocent Palestinians for their own ends.
So-called innocent Palestinians, you don't think Palestinians are innocent?
Not all of them,
But
because
what about the 17,000
look,
children
you
who
know,
were killed?
they're doing the same.
17,000 children were killed, were they not innocent? Were they not innocent?
Who's responsible for that?
Israel.
No,
Dropped the bombs on
Hamas
them.
is responsible. Hamas is responsible for hiding in hospitals and making tunnels underneath
So
those
when
hospitals.
children are shot in the head by Israeli snipers are not responsible for that.
Look,
It's a simple question.
Here's the problem.
When Israeli snipers shoot Palestinian children in Gaza in the head, as eyewitness testimony and doctor's testimony proves, that's not the fault of the Israeli snipers.
This is the problem, because when you have a
The problem is you won't
when
answer the question. I'll ask you a third time. When Israeli snipers shoot Palestinian children in the head, is that not the fault of Israeli snipers?
No, you gotta let me finish.
No, you got to answer the question. Fourth time.
Well,
when Israeli
I will
snipers
get to
shoot
your answer.
Palestinian children in the
I will
head.
get to your
We're running
answer.
out of time. I need
Well,
to know what you think about innocent children.
because I will
what
get
you
to-
said was pretty outrageous. You said
I will
single
get to your answer.
innocent Palestinians. For the fifth time, when Palestinian children are shot in the head by Israeli snipers,
What
is
did-
that not the fault
what-
of Israeli
What did those
snipers?
children do?
What did
they
you
do?
tell me? Did the children deserve to be shot in the
Because
head?
the problem is,
You know
over there,
millions of people are watching you say
they
to
start
justify the
brainwashing
killing of
children. They
Going
start
to
brainwashing
bed,
children
gonna
at
see
a very
them.
young age. Young
So
age.
you support
Exactly.
sniping
Thank you,
children
bro.
in Gaza?
Good night.
Look,
Do other people here support sniping children in
Look.
Gaza? Is that a conservative position now?
what if they're going to suicide list?
Probably stream
weren't.
again
But
tomorrow.
what if they are?
They're not though.
What
Dozens
if
of
they
children.
are?
I have friends who went
What-
there, doctors went to
what
Gaza,
if-
American doctors. They came back and said there were multiple children.
What if
with
they're
gunshot
hell bent?
shots.
What if they're hell
What if they're
bent
not?
on killing you and your family?
A 10-year-old child, an 8-year-old child, a 6-year-old child.
They're- Because
This is
like I
bad for
said,
you.
like I
You're
said,
sitting on
they're
live
brainwashing
television. There are millions of people are going to see your neighbors, your
because
friends.
millions
you
of
support
people,
the killing of
millions
children.
of people don't know what's going on.
Even your fellow right-wingers are saying, "Don't go this far."
Millions,
Like genocide, sure, but don't.
millions of
killing
people
kids.
don't understand the brainwashing that is going on in Islamic Republic and in Palestine to create
You're
this
obsessed
hatred.
with Iran so much that you're supporting the killing of Palestinian children who never harmed you or any other Israeli. That's insane.
Look,
And the fact that you support Trump's ethnic cleansing now doesn't
I
surprise me.
didn't say ethnic cleansing. I said cleansing of the land.
All right, pause.
Because you need to cleanse the land from all
I'm
the
sure
talk.
Slobodan Milosevic said similar stuff.
You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Oh,
How you doing? Good seeing you.
I'm good seeing you too,
yeah.
man.
What happened?
First thing I'm going to say is
This other guy
I'm not
was
down
doing
for Israel.
freaking-
I guess the first thing I'm going to say. And I don't like when you come up here and you use the type of rhetoric that you do. You talk like all these like left-wing positions, and then you go to the last part, which is I don't support ethnic cleansing in Palestine. I think you're doing a huge disservice to pro-Palestinians when you start aligning yourself with all these progressives. I don't think it looks good because you have all these conservatives in here who oppose war, they oppose intervention in the same tradition of Pat Buchanan and all the greats that came
Not
before
Donald
him.
Trump, though, sadly.
Yeah, it is sad. It is sad. I do agree. I mean, he ran on an anti-war ticket. He said he was going to. I didn't.
Because he
well,
lied.
you gonna let me talk, or you
Sorry.
just want to? Yeah, true. So, I mean, yeah, you keep going back to Trump. I don't think this is part of his plan. I think this is a plan of lobbyists, and this is not just unique to Trump. It's been a thing since the Democrats. It's been a thing since the Republicans before him. It's been like this since Truman. I don't know if you read like John Mearsheimer's The Israel Lobby
have.
or anything like that. Would you
I have.
agree or disagree with anything like that?
Oh, I agree with Stephen Orton, John Meschema, yeah. for
Okay,
sure.
great. So I'm just wondering, when you ally yourself with all these leftists and you come up here and you argue for immigration, you argue up here that Trump's this bad criminal and this and that, and then you
But you
have
think Trump's bad too?
about it. I think he's good on some questions and bad on other things. But let me get to the point here: is you ally yourselves with guys like Jewish Voices for Peace and all those guys.
Great people.
Yeah, not really though,
Why?
because they're self-interested in it. It
They're
says
not. By definition,
no,
they're
it
not.
says it on their home page.
By
that-
definition, they're not self-interested, right? They're going against their own
Are you going to let me talk? On their homepage, it literally says that we are here to segregate Judaism from Zionism. It's very clear they're doing this in their own interest. That's why it literally says Jewish Voices for Peace. They're going to be the good Jews who say that we don't support Palestine. And then what happens is you take all these progressives, you go out there and LARP in the street, and then everyone here who's conservative, they're going to vote for the pro-war candidate because they don't want to be associated with other
Oh,
liberals.
you're forced to vote for pro-war people. Poor
It's either that or get replaced in my country. What do you want me to do?
No, you and your replacement bullshit.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
Where's the dude who never got to fucking go?
Oh wow, there's 3 people so far. Let's keep counting. We should be nicer to you, otherwise you'll deport us. What a great argument. This is the free speech debate thing. It's not your country, my friend. It's our country, whether you like it or not. That little Kai he smiled, he laughed, we disagreed. I felt like it was good faith. We've seen.
I appreciate it, buddy.
He seemed to be in good faith. He seems kind of smart, and he's one of the few people who doesn't want to deport me. Well, maybe not. We're gonna find out.
My claim is we should get rid of birthright citizenship.
Why do you want to get rid of birthright citizenship, and how, by the way? Because it's in the Constitution. I'm so glad you brought this up.
Yes.
Because it was one of my
The 14th.
14. I
Uh-huh.
mentioned a bunch of your friends, and nobody wanted to engage in the 14th.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the 14th Amendment,
Exactly.
citizenship clause, which says that if you're born here, you're a citizen of the United States.
Yes. I chose this because it's an extension of the original debate and the immigration debate.
Okay.
I think birthright citizenship, first of all, when it was originally argued, among the people who were actually voting on the clause, right? It was argued that the birthright citizenship was not automatically extended to everybody who was just born here. And we have a long history of that as well, for example, with the Native Americans, who had particular laws that applied solely to them.
Yeah.
What I think we're seeing in this country is not everybody is so similarly under the jurisdiction thereof of the United States, right? And by allowing for birthright citizenship and not interpreting the Constitution as we're legally allowed to and restrict, the automatic citizenship of anybody who's born here, we actually remove the issue, for example, of family separation, because there is no incentive of a family to come over to this country illegally and then have a child, which is contributing to the awful situation we have in America of breaking up families. This is not something that I imagine you or I agree with.
No.
The issue is birthright citizenship has incentivized that.
So even if I were to concede that in some cases birthright citizenship has incentivized that, I don't like the phrase anchor babies, but I'm not naive enough to pretend that there are not immigrants who come here and time the pregnancy in order to get. Of course, you and I can agree on that.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean you then rip up the constitutional principle that goes back centuries, goes back before the 14th Amendment. 14th Amendment came about, I think, in 1868, if memory serves me correctly. But the principle underlying it is actually from another country, the UK, ancient English common law, right? So this was always the case. The 14th Amendment, as you know, because you seem well read, came along and codified what was already a principle in American and English law, that if you're born in the country, you are a citizen. Now, you mentioned the point about jurisdiction. There is that little bit in there where it says subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That in the debate, if you go back and read the debate that the senators had at the time, they were very explicit. That was to do with foreign ministers and foreign ambassadors, diplomats living in embassies. Their kids shouldn't be citizens. Obviously, they're here on their own. The Argentine embassy in DC is Argentine soil. So we accept all that.
Absolutely.
But when they were asked about Chinese immigrants, Senator Trumbull, who was, I think, the chair of the Judiciary Committee back in the 1860s during this debate, he said at the time, Chinese immigrants' children,
What you up to,
in
Henry?
fact, 1898, as you well know, we get Wong Kim Ark, Supreme Court case, Wong Kim Ark versus the United States. And the Supreme Court says, yes, even the child of undocumented Chinese immigrants is an American citizen. So this is a principle going back centuries. So while I can agree with you that there are cases that abuse the 14th Amendment, that there are issues of family separation, I'm not going to rip up a constitutional principle that goes back centuries and is backed by a 127-year-old Supreme Court precedent because Donald Trump is looking for ways to cut the number of brown and black people in the United States.
If you don't mind me interrupting, this is where I think it's important as well to go back to what we talked about with the Constitution. When we're analyzing, and admittedly, I'm not as interested in the legal argument. There's obviously many ways to interpret the Constitution, but I don't think, especially among conservatives, that it is positive to use the Constitution to dismantle it. When we analyze the original context, like you were saying, in the late 19th century, our immigration law was absolutely different, including, in respect with the Irish and Chinese immigrants that were coming over. It was absolutely different.
We had open borders, my friend. Some people in this room would hate it, but we had open borders for half of American history.
Well, I don't think that's very true.
It's 100% true.
Well, hold on. If you're comparing the open borders, which I don't concede to, but if you're comparing the open borders prior to like 1910 and prior to the Hart-Celler Act, and you look at the amount of immigration and who was coming over,
nice deflection. Amount is irrelevant. We did have an open
it is
border.
absolutely relevant. Because the Constitution, like the founding
So
fathers,
your argument is
Hold
we
on.
had open borders,
I was
but there
about
were
to
fewer
answer.
immigrants.
I was about to answer. It's important to analyze the context wherein these laws and parts of the Constitution arise. The original founding fathers said the Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people and is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. Which means the people that wrote this document understood that it would not be able to properly...
Super secular people. Let's just be clear.
Oh, no, that's not true. They were deists.
A lot of them were
No, the majority were deists.
But they were secular. Secular doesn't
Okay.
mean atheists. You know what I mean?
I understand that, but deist doesn't mean secular or atheist. It means they believe in a God, but not a God that's
I didn't say anything
particularly
about whether
present.
they're deists or theists. I said they're secular.
Okay, but secular
means you
and
separate church and state.
Okay, well, let's talk. We could even talk about that. That's a perfect example.
You're going to run out of your own time making your argument, which I haven't made so
I
far.
understand, but the separation of church and state is now completely differently understood than originally proposed. Thomas Jefferson, who talks about the wall of separation, which doesn't even exist in the Constitution, understood it in a
It's a
different way.
Supreme Court precedent, as you well know.
Yeah, sure, but the precedent of the last 100 years, where the country has been completely different from its founding, should not overrule the original intent of the people who wrote the document that you and I are both citing. Which means,
But I'm not locked into what the people who wrote. We've had amendments to the Constitution. You know that, right?
I understand that.
Okay.
And this is our fundamental disagreement:
Yes.
is that I don't
You
believe.
think you can read the minds of people in the
No,
1770s?
that's not true.
And I'm stuck.
I just believe this country ought to be more like the country we originally had, and I don't think
That's your opinion.
I-
You're entitled to
I
it.
understand that.
But on a factual basis.
Well, let me try.
There are giants among us, building our Navy's next generation submarines.
Phil has a new home and a dream. Unicorn fiber connects new homes and dreams.
He dreams of controlling his whole home with...
Try to see what you believe. Okay. If we are voting on these constitutional amendments, if we are interpreting them, and our interpretation becomes absolutely, let's say, a 180 from what the original intent of the authors of that
Yes.
document is, are you in favor of that?
I guess it depends on the issue.
Okay, I would say no matter
So,
what.
for example, take
Uh-huh.
the Second Amendment, which we
Yeah.
kind of danced around. It's not been
Yeah.
kind of, it's come up here and there.
Yeah.
You know the debate about the Second Amendment is that the fundamental debate is one side says it's unlimited, and the other says no. What they meant was the malicious.
Yeah.
They didn't, and they had muskets. They didn't mean AR-15s, right? So we can have that endless debate, which I really don't care for about that. But to come back to your point about the constitutional principles, the 14th Amendment comes along in the 1860s, so it's pretty old. It's not as old as America,
Yeah.
but it comes along, and it's been around for 150 years. So if you
But
want
it,
to get
but
away
it,
with
but it was
want to get
around.
away
It was
with
around
it,
before 150 million Americans.
and I'm saying it was around before the United States was even created. It's part of ancient English common law. If you're born in a place, you're a citizen of that place.
And-
Unless
and-
you're a child
and-
of a foreign diplomat or on a Native American
Eng-
reservation.
English common law did not exist simultaneously as millions
So
of
your
people
argument
coming
is because of
across the
numbers,
border in a
right?
year.
Just to get to principle, your argument is
Hold on.
numbers change everything. Because
Not-
we've got so many more people.
Not
to
solely,
change the
not
constitution.
solely, but absolutely.
Okay.
The
Fair.
demographics of your immigration
That's a fair
absolutely
position.
change.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question? If you got rid of the 14th Amendment, what would be in its place?
I think a citizenship task would be fantastic.
What
I,
age?
I wish.
What age?
I think we could administer it in high school.
To everyone?
Sure.
Or just the immigrant?
No, everybody.
And then if you fail it, you denaturalize white American.
Maybe you can't- maybe you can't get a government job.
Denaturalize that dude?
I think there's plenty of benefits that the government offers people that you should not be able to receive.
I'll tell you
Absolutely.
this, right? This might sound bad,
And I
but
think,
I don't think people care for me anyway. So let me say something you might not like.
nobody would pass it.
If you have a high school
So it looks like
immigration
we're finally-
citizenship test for everyone,
I think people will take citizenship more
guessing
seriously.
the
You're gonna
immigrant kids
start
are going to
with some-
outperform the white kids, and you might actually
It's
end up
possible.
denaturalizing
It's
some of
possible.
the white kids, and then people here will be really upset.
And well, hold on. And I like to be consistent about this. That's possible. But what I think it would do is it would give everybody a larger sense of the importance of citizenship.
So you would say
And
no
it
one
would-
born in this country
Uh-huh.
is a citizen. No one.
Automatically, no. Automatically,
Well,
no.
wow.
I think we could extend that. You know, people who have a heritage in the country.
What
of,
are
like,
they until they pass the test?
Pancake grip.
Undocumented.
I suppose, yeah. They're not able to
They get
receive government
deported.
benefits. They're not able to receive government benefits. They're not able to apply for these jobs.
But their
that-
parents are citizens.
Okay, well, hold on. We're talking here about the way that we would implement it.
Yeah,
What I'm-
it's pretty important. If you're trying to get rid of the 14th
Sure,
Amendment, I'm
sure.
going to ask about the practicalities of it.
And we're not,
Trump's
and
doing it right
hold
now.
on, and I'm not going to be able to explain it to you in 10 minutes. But what I can explain to you is that right now in this country we have a crisis of people not
I don't
under,
accept that.
hold on, we're not understanding what citizenship is. The way that you've referred to citizenship makes everybody who hasn't come to the United States an undocumented American citizen until the time they come over here.
That's how a lot of countries are, right? You know that birthright citizenship is operated by multiple democracies around the world.
I
I
agree.
know Trump lies and says we're the only country that does it. He lies. That's not true. Multiple countries.
Do you
have
think it ought to be
birthright
that way? Do you think everybody in the
because-
world is an undocumented American?
So, hold on. Well, or undocumented Canadian, or undocumented Brit, right? Or
Yeah.
undocumented.
Sure. Well, I'm an American, so I say American. But yeah,
But I'm saying, right? The principle is you immigrate. We have free
Do you
movement of
believe
people. I support free movement of people around the world.
But do you believe that all
Are you Kim Jong Un? You think people should only stay in one country and never leave and be blocked from leaving
I-
their country?
I think
that's
there's-
a very illiberal,
No,
conservative position.
I think there's a big
Libertarians
there's big
and
room
right-wingers
to, there's
support
big room to move between being Kim Jong Un and saying that
Not
we
really.
hold on,
In practical
and-
terms,
hold on,
if you accept-
I gave one side.
Please.
I want to give the other. There's a big room to move between being Kim Jong Un and saying that everybody in the world is an American. They're just not on our soil yet. I think
I mean,
being
that's
an
a
American
ridiculous
citizen.
statement, right? Because
Being-
everyone in the world is not heading for the United States.
Yes, yeah, but
In fact, right now,
but
numbers
the-
of people coming in is dropping off.
But the idea that you are supporting is that the moment you come to this soil and that you're born here, you become an American. And
So
I
I'm
think,
not saying the moment
Uh-huh.
you come to the store you become American. I didn't. I had to do the test.
Okay.
Right? I had to do the naturalization process, which is guaranteed by the 14th Amendment.
But I
the
think-
14th Amendment also says if you're born here, then you automatically get it. And I'm not
And
saying
I think the problem we
it's a
have-
hill I'm going to die on.
the
right?
problem we have
All
is
I'm saying to you
we
guys, what
don't
do you do
appreciate
instead?
we don't appreciate citizenship. The problem is that when you talk about immigration like we
we
did
can
before,
agree on that.
when we talked about everything
we can
before,
agree on
what were we talking about? We were talking about products. We weren't talking about practices or
Kai-
perceptions, which is really what
But can I agree
immigration
with
is
you?
about.
Can I agree with you? We don't in this country value citizenship enough.
I agree.
I think we should encourage people to have more civics lessons in schools, understand American history and Constitution much more. Here's what the irony is. I'm sitting in a room today where I've met a bunch of people claiming to be Native Americans who hate everything America stood for centuries.
I think they stand much closer to the America that we originally had, and I think
don't
that's
think
a big
any of you lived
disagreement.
there or had any clue what that was like.
But you've agreed to dismantling.
Things about that America.
But you've agreed to dismantling that America as long
You
as
have.
it's legal.
You have. You're the person who came here and made your argument.
I'm a
taking
constitutional
away
originalist.
an amendment of the Constitution. I didn't. I said keep the Second Amendment.
I'm an originalist. I think we should interpret it the way it was probably originally interpreted.
All right, guys, that's time.
That's the way to be tight. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I thought it would be an interesting exercise in trying to understand what genuine far-right conservative folks think. And it was kind of disturbing to see that they think what I thought they think, and they were happy to say it out loud. I am disappointed that I had to sit across from people who believe in white genocide, who believe I'm not a citizen. Multiple people here said I should be deported. One of them was even the child of immigrants, which I found bizarre.
Obviously, we were way outclassed. Like, we're not professional debaters. I don't think anyone in this room was. Maybe one or two people. And clearly, Manny, he does this for a living, right? He's a journalist. So he's really good at what he does.
And he has time was pretty good at, taking cheap shots, trying to derail people from their arguments, trying to pit me against, some of the people that wouldn't like people of my color in the United States, which is irrelevant.
I think one person said as he walked off, you'll be the first to go, which is ominous and racist.
I think that was disheartening and particularly discouraging because it just felt like it was fitting into a stereotype that we're trying to fight against, which is we actually have arguments, we can provide good reason, and that rhetoric just pushes that far away.
I am, I guess, a far-right Republican, but as I learned today, not as far-right as I thought I was. Someone gets up and they're just like, yeah, I just want to have autocracy forever and Christian nationalism, or just being yeah, I'm racist. And to me, that's very foreign of a concept.
Well, I didn't, disagree with most of the people in the circle. It did bother me at times, to see them say mean things. There's not really a reason to do that. But it also upset me when Mehdi said, I'm not willing to debate with those people.
Free speech doesn't mean you need to give credibility or oxygen or a platform to people who don't agree in human equality.
I hear Mehdi's point about not giving them a platform, but the thing is, if you stop giving them a platform, they don't just go away and change their mind. And then you tell the rest of society no one exists who thinks like that, and that's not true.
I do like to debate people, even people I disagree with. I try and avoid bad faith folks. I think some of the folks today were bad faith. I'm anti-conservative, right? I don't support conservative views on taxation. I don't support conservative views on immigration. But the people here today...
What's up, Louis?
Nobody likes a cracked windshield.
What was that?
No, but you can go to SafeLight.com and get it fixed now and pay later. Awesome. SafeLight can come to you for free. Don't wait. Get it fixed now and pay later at SafeLight.com.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Future sailors, we're future sailors. Electronic castaway, digital away. Cyclops, seagulls, tell me what you dream of. Future sailors, oh yeah, future.
What are you doing? I turned the sign round, it says closed, mate. Yeah, come for the spine, let's see what the next look is. Yeah, why don't you run along, sir?
Are you supporting us tonight?
Yeah, hope you're not planning on doing any of this nautical nonsense. That's way off the mark, sir.
What's this sir business? I hand things with sir, not you, sir.
Oh, do you know, sir?
Yes, I do, sir.
Well, maybe I do too, sir.
Oh, no, sir.
Oh, yes, sir.
Free wax full, sir.
Yeah, can you stop? That's going to take all night. What do you mean, way off the mark?
Where have you been living? Planet don't know what's going on, sir.
No, I've been living upstairs.
Fair dues. Listen, got a little tip for you guys. The future's dead. Retro's the new thing, sir.
Everyone's looking back, not forwards. You got to get with the program.
Really? How far back? 70s, 60s, 50s?
Don't be ridiculous, Howard.
Sorry.
Work it out for yourselves. You're the trendsetters.
Yeah, anyway, we'll see you guys tonight. Yeah, we got better things to do than stand about in your crap shop looking at you two silicon Burks. Yeah, we're doing a pilot for BBC Three. Gonna be on at 2 a.m.
That sounds slot.
Look, forget them, okay? Focus, block them out.
No, they can't just come in here and tell us what we are.
We know what we are.
That's right.
What we are is sailors heading towards the future.
Exactly. They can't just blow us off course. We've got compasses.
That's right, and they're neon.
Yeah.
2, 3, 4.
Future sailors, oh yeah, robot, starfish, nylon admiral, second boat sea.
I don't know. I'm not feeling it out.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I feel stupid.
¿Sabías que el cuidado de salud en el hogar hace la diferencia en la vida de otras personas? También es un trabajo que te beneficia, con horarios flexibles, seguro médico y ahorros para tu jubilación. Aplica hoy en trabajosdecuidadosaludoregon.com.
But bombing is not new. 25 years ago, I was stationed in the Middle East. The bombers killed 380 Westerners. The Beirut bombings were the worst terrorist attacks until 9/11. I lost several colleagues in those explosions, and although I've now left the CIA, at the time, I vowed to make it my life's mission to find out who did it, and why, and where the cult of bombing started.
Tehran, the capital of Iran, home to 70 million Muslims. When I was last here more than 25 years ago, Iran was one of the United States' greatest allies in the region. Now it is one of our greatest enemies. If you want to understand what is going on in Iran, the best place to start is noon prayers at Tehran University. Every Friday, more than 10,000 worshippers gather to hear the regime's latest thinking. The day before I arrived, there were reports that an American guard at Guantanamo Bay had desecrated the Quran. It was not a good time for an American, and especially a former CIA agent, to be in Iran. The American government has accused Iran of being a state sponsor of terrorism and of trying to develop nuclear weapons. Iran is also the birthplace of the bomber.
How many of you are ready to die for Iran and Islam? How many here?
You know, when it comes to the issue of Quran, we are not joking about dying for it. He says until the last drop of our blood, he will defend Quran.
In modern Iran, politics has always been dominated by a revolutionary faith. In 1979, a popular uprising against the Western-backed Shah was transformed into a religious revolution by one man, Ayatollah Khomeini. A year later, Iran was thrown into more chaos when it was invaded by its neighbor Iraq. Khomeini called for a holy war and promised a place in paradise to anyone who was martyred defending the revolution. Khomeini's power base was here in Qom, one of Iran's holiest cities. I have been granted an audience with someone who knew Khomeini well, the Grand Ayatollah Sana'i.
During the time of Imam Khomeini and the war with Iraq, the Iranian people welcomed the idea of martyrdom because the Imam's leadership was very wise and thoughtful. The people realized he wasn't doing these things on a whim. He was doing it for Islam and for the country. So his decision was accepted and martyrdom was greatly welcomed. In calling for martyrs, Khomeini was drawing on a tradition that went back nearly 1,400 years. Shortly after its birth, Islam had split into two sects, the majority Sunni and the minority Shia. They have continually fought for dominance ever since. In 680 AD, the grandson of the Prophet Muhammad, Imam Hussein, led his outnumbered army against the Caliph, Yazid, at the Battle of Karbala. Every year, Shia Muslims reenact this battle in a bloody passion play. Hussein's soldiers are slaughtered one by one, until finally it's his turn to die. Surrounded, he is killed, and his body is mutilated. Hussein's martyrdom is viewed by the Shia as a symbol of their struggle against tyranny and slavery, a path to salvation. Any who follow it are promised an assured place in paradise. Khomeini's trick was to reset this ancient battle in modern times, so he became the heroic Hussein. His enemy, the Iraqi leader, became the evil Yazid. And the Iranian people were Hussein's faithful soldiers, who followed him to a glorious death as shaheed, martyrs. Khomeini convinced his people that by fighting to the death against the Iraqis, they were reenacting a religious battle at the heart of their faith. I arranged to meet one of Khomeini's volunteer soldiers. When he joined up, Masoud Attar was only 12 years old.
Everybody wanted to go to the front. We were all eager to go because we wanted to experience the real thing. Getting blown up had no meaning for us. The thought that we might die didn't enter our heads. We were going in order to get killed. We had no intention of going there and coming back. We used to call out, "God is great," before going into battle. and we used to shout it out all together and at the top of our voices. The Iraqis had all the best weapons, but when they heard us shouting, "God is great," it scared the hell out of them, and they panicked and didn't know what to do. So they were defeated. As we used to say amongst ourselves, God will take care of us all.
How many friends did you lose during the war?
Many. 10, 15. More than 30. 40 of my friends. 10 to 15 were my close friends.
It's a lot.
Martyrdom was a powerful rallying cry, but as a weapon of war, it was a futile instrument. In 8 years of fighting, Iran lost almost 500,000 dead. But there was one martyr who stood above all the rest. He would become the prototype for bombers everywhere. Just outside Tehran is one of the largest cemeteries in the world, the Heshti-e-Zahra. Spread over more than 1,000 acres, it contains the graves of hundreds of thousands of martyrs. It is a city of the dead. Every week, thousands of Iranians come to commune with their dead relatives. This was your son?
Saeed Mustafa,
How old was he when he was martyred?
15 years old. He had just started high school. We told him to do his exams first, but he said it would be too late.
Wasn't he too young to be martyred?
He really wanted to go. He was a child. Yes, only a child. He came from school one day asking me to sign an approval letter for him to go to the front, and I did. He went for God. It was a good path for him to take, so why would we stop him? He became a martyr for God.
What does he think about martyrdom now that he lost his brother?
The martyrs are more alive than we are.
If he were asked today to become a martyr, what would his answer be?
Yes, absolutely.
So if there was another war, he would volunteer and go.
Without any doubts. Martyrdom is a path to salvation that not everybody can reach.
At the heart of the cemetery is the grave of the world's first bomber, the tomb of Iran's youngest and most celebrated martyr. In 1980, the Iranian army was defending a key town in the south. At a critical moment in the battle, when the Iraqis were about to break through, 13-year-old Hussein Fahmadeh strapped explosives to his body, charged an enemy tank, and blew himself up, destroying the tank and halting the Iraqi advance. Fahmadeh became an instant hero, another martyr, lost in the defense of his country. But for me, he was different than all the others. He had deliberately killed. The Fahmideh family live in a city just outside Tehran, in a house provided for them by the state. I am the first Westerner that they have ever met. The family have a room where they keep a small shrine to their son.
Ayatollah Khomeini here was talking about he was a 13-year-old boy. He was just a little boy, but yet he gave himself to the military and to martyrdom. These flowers represent that he's gone to heaven. All the schools in Iran were distributing this backpack for children. There's Fahmideh. You have the words of Ayatollah Khomeini here. Yeah, he's our guide for victory. Here's you see a grenade and the tank, and it says on the headband. Yeah, he's going to Karbala, or going to heaven in Karbala.
When his parents gave Fahmideh their blessing to join up, they never thought he would be sent to the front.
The radio news was on and my husband was listening. Suddenly it was interrupted and they announced that a 13-year-old boy had thrown himself under an enemy tank and that he had drunk the elixir of martyrdom and blown the tank up. We were having dinner and I said that this boy must be my Hussein. This act of bravery and faith was Hussein's. It must be Hussein. Nobody ate anything after that.
في أسد شيء يعني شوي حساس لكن هو كان أول شهيد إذا ممكن أستعمل كلمة انتحاري مظبوط؟
الانتحار يعني
No, not at all.
إيمان خالص.
Yes, he did have a very strong belief. He was a martyr. It's impossible to describe him as anything
So,
else.
Bryce,
A
thank you.
martyr through and through.
It's interesting. She and the wife and the brother absolutely reject the word, even though there was 100% chance that he would die. It does not come into the vocabulary. He is simply a martyr, even though it was 100% certain that he would die when he threw himself under the tank.
The word martyrdom means he understood what he was doing. Implies that he did this out of desperation. Someone is desperate and they commit. It was his duty. It was not for personal gain. It was for the greater good. For the people of Iran, not for himself.
Yes. They're gonna leave one for you.
Just outside Tehran is another tomb, a place of pilgrimage for all Iranians, the shrine of Ayatollah Khomeini. Every year, there's a special military rally here to give thanks for victory in the war against Iraq. At the climax of the rally, all the senior commanders of the Iranian armed forces arrived. Khomeini said that the tree of Islam can only grow if it is constantly fed with the blood of martyrs. With the example of Fahmideh and others, he turned martyrdom into a state religion. As the rally broke up, I cornered the head of the Iranian armed forces, General Firuz Abadi. He has never spoken to Western reporters before.
What is the importance of martyrdom for the Iranian armed forces today?
اهمیت فرهنگی شهادت برای ملت ایران در چی هستش شده؟ آمریکایی‌ها همینطور که تا حالا
The Americans have realized up till now that they have to listen carefully. And they know that no army can stand in the way of martyrdom.
در برابر شهادت طلبی نمیشه.
So the Americans should know that if they try to interfere with Iran, they will dig their own graves.
Modern bombing began here in Iran. Khomeini's revival of a 1400-year tradition provided the ideology of martyrdom. But Fahmideh's heroism was still a spontaneous and isolated act. It wasn't until the cult was exported abroad that the bomber became a deadly, effective weapon of war. Beirut, Lebanon's capital, a city. Has always done its best to hide its past. I've been coming here for over 20 years, but it still mystifies me. It was here in the 1980s that the next stage of the bomber evolved. Back then, Lebanon was struggling to come to terms with a civil war that had never really ended. In June 1982, the Israelis invaded, followed by a multinational peacekeeping force, led by the U.S. Marines. The Americans were soon drawn into the conflict and seen as Israel's ally. But nothing prepared us for what happened next. On the 18th of April, 1983, just after 1 p.m., Beirut was rocked by a massive explosion. I was lucky. I was out of town that day. Michael Harik remembers the blast. He was a 17-year-old American student in Beirut.
And there was no security here, in the sense of security like you have today.
You know what it was?
We had no idea what it was. The first thought was immediately sonic blasts, sonic booms, like from aircraft. And then we got word that it was the American embassy that was bombed. When we got here, there was pandemonium. Basically, the whole front of the building was collapsed. You know, almost like a deck of cards. Smoke, fire, people hanging out of the buildings, dead, a torso, an arm. What sticks in your mind is in my mind, is just the image of total destruction.
63 people were killed, including most of the CIA's Beirut staff. All we knew was that someone had seen a car driving into the embassy seconds before the explosion.
For over 30 years, PetSmart Charities has helped more than 11 million pets.
"22 years later, the site is being redeveloped, covered up.
You know, you were there afterwards. You ever figure out who did it, or come to a conclusion, or?
I don't know who did it. I mean,
But there's nobody in jail or anything. It's just like their American embassy's there one day, gone the next.
I don't know, man. Part of this embassy thing was the CIA, too, right?
Yeah, some guys got killed.
Plenty of them.
Yeah.
Station chiefs. So, you start to think. The people orchestrating these massive blasts, I don't think are the sporadic running around, average run-of-the-mill terrorists. I mean, they have a definite agenda.
Plus, they're good. The bombs go off, don't they?
This is the problem. It works.
This was the first modern attack against Western interests, and it caught us in the CIA by complete surprise. A few hours afterwards, an unknown group claimed responsibility, saying it was part of the Iranian Revolution's campaign against the imperialist presence. Ever since, I've been trying to find out who they really were. To understand what was happening in Lebanon, you had to get out of Beirut. But traveling outside the city was extremely dangerous. The countryside was controlled by a myriad of different factions: Phalangists, Maronite, Sunni, Shia, and Druze militias, as well as the Syrians, the Israelis, and a group of Iranians. I have come to see an old friend from the Lebanese army who remembers the chaos of the 1980s.
All these neighbors, they have a lot of interest coming to Lebanon, and to deal, each country likes to deal with some part of the people. The Israelis, they have a lot of interest coming to Lebanon. The Syrians were ready to come to Lebanon also. And at this time, the Iranians having their interest also in Lebanon, because they have a very part of Lebanon, they are Shia.
Lebanon has a large population of Shia Muslims, and in the struggle against the Israeli invaders, they looked for support from Khomeini and Iran.
It was easy for the Iranians to start coming to the Baalbek Hermel area. They have no inhabitants in this area, and you have a lot of valleys and mountains. They felt safe, and they can move and train their supporters. You can use your weapons, and nobody can hear.
I knew the Iranians were using a back road into Lebanon, over the mountains from Syria. At the time, my bosses in the CIA refused to let me investigate it. They said it was too dangerous.
This whole valley, the 70s and 80s, all the major terrorist groups had camps up here. Japanese Red Army, Abu Nidal. I mean, there was even Armenians up here. And, at one point there was suspicion that European terrorist groups were operating out of here.
Today, the road is still a smuggler's route, unguarded.
The Syrians were looking for allies at the time in 1982, and the group that stood up, or the country that stood up, was Iran. And the Syrians understood that they had to set up a popular resistance, an Islamic resistance, and that's why they let the Iranians in.
So in July 1982, a special unit of volunteers from the Iranian Revolutionary Guards arrived in the historic city of Baalbek. The Iranians commandeered the Lebanese army barracks.
There's the Sheikh Abdullah barracks.
With them, they brought weapons, explosives, and from the battlefields of the Iran-Iraq War, this new idea that Shahada, martyrdom, could be an incredibly potent weapon in the defense of Lebanon. The cult of the bomber had arrived. The Iranians helped set up one of the most feared Islamic groups anywhere in the world, Hezbollah, the Party The Bekaa Valley is still controlled by Hezbollah. You can only operate here with their permission. Just outside Baalbek, Hezbollah have erected a massive shrine to one of its founding fathers, Abbas Musawi, assassinated by the Israelis. It is a site of pilgrimage for all the Hezbollah faithful.
This is not a mosque. This is a shrine. The most important person here is Abbas Musawi. All the rest is a display of martyrs.
The shrine has become a museum to all of Hezbollah's martyrs. Case after case is filled with the personal effects of those killed in the war against the Israelis. Out of all the martyrs, there was one name that stood out.
Ism Ahmed Kassir معروف كثير.
Of course, the date on which Ahmed Kassir carried out his operation is called Hezbollah's Day of Martyrs.
It's interesting because I asked him about Ahmed Kassir and he said that is the real day of martyrdom. That's the real day of martyrdom when Ahmed Kassir committed. And he said it had a huge effect on the Bekaa and other operations. And it affected all of Lebanon.
On the 11th of November 1982, 18-year-old Ahmed Kassir drove a car into the Israeli military headquarters in Tyre and blew himself up. The building was completely destroyed, and 74 Israelis died in the blast. Hezbollah had transformed the Iranian concept of martyrdom into a deadly effective weapon. Ahmed Kassir was the world's first car bomber. This deadly attack took place 5 months before the U.S. Embassy was bombed in Beirut. But none of us in the CIA spotted this obvious warning. Ahmed Kassir came from a small village just outside Tyre in southern Lebanon.
It's very interesting. It says in Arabic, the Prince of Martyrs, Ahmed Kassir. And here you have the symbol of Hezbollah. It says, and we are the conquerors, the Islamic Revolution in Lebanon. It's clear that Hezbollah has adopted this operation because he is really a symbol, a mythical symbol of bombers.
Ahmed Kassir's family still lives in the village. I went to meet his sister and mother.
That's the martyr, Ahmad. Yes, he was the first. No, it first happened in Iran, but he was the first in Lebanon. When he was working in Saudi Arabia, he used to tell us that no one would shake Israel more than him. We would ask him what he was going to do. He said, wait and see. He was planning this from an early age. I feel glory and pride for him because he was the first martyr, and there were so many others who followed him.
It was a murderous contest between two unequal armies, Israel's conventional force with every form of modern weaponry at its disposal, and Hezbollah's guerrilla army with stealth and blind faith on its side. For his family and Hezbollah, Ahmed and all those that followed him were not terrorists. They were seen as ordinary soldiers. If he had dropped a bomb from a plane on the Israeli military headquarters, would we think of him any differently? The success of Ahmed Kassir's attack was also a powerful recruiting tool. Thousands of young Lebanese, now joined the resistance, ready to sacrifice themselves to defeat the occupying Israelis. Most of the attacks took place along Israel's border with Lebanon. It was to become a killing ground for the conscripts in the Israeli army. Today, southern Lebanon is still a dangerous place, as the war has never officially ended. It was here that Hezbollah waged a prolonged campaign, bomb attacks. They provided me with a guided tour of where the attacks took place.
The sign says that 42 soldiers were killed and injured, maybe 15 killed, and the martyr, Abdullah Atwi, is approximately 24 years old. Who came in Wayne?
هو من مركبة.
He was from Markaba.
مركبة من هون طيب.
Fighting regularly breaks out along this border. As we walked, we were under constant surveillance by the Israelis.
This is the gate. After the liberation, the Israelis blocked it off with a wall and a fence.
This is where convoy was coming across. There were hundreds of Israeli soldiers gathered in this part the day of the operation. And he came down here in a pickup truck full of explosives, and he blew himself up right in this spot.
Originally designed to be super rigid, and that's not what people need. They need functionality and performance.
الاستشاري هيثم صبحي دبوك مين كان؟
He was a member of the Islamic resistance. He blew himself up with the Israeli on the 19th of August, 1989.
قديش كان عمره؟
He was about 21. He was an engineer.
The martyr was an engineer. كان متزوج؟
No.
He was single.
There was a convoy of lorries, and in this convoy, there were about 30 Israeli soldiers.
There was
And then at the crossing point from Israel, the martyr blew himself up.
These were no random acts committed by religious madmen, but part of a well-planned campaign. As a tactic of war, it was highly efficient. One resistance fighter could kill scores of Israeli soldiers. Hezbollah had invented the ultimate smart bomb.
قولي مرة ثانية عن عملية استشهادية. يعني هذا قرار شخصي، قرار حزبي.
No, it's not a personal decision. There are freedom fighters who want to carry out acts of martyrdom, but the actual decision is taken by a specific council in Hezbollah. But we know that given half the chance, Israel will invade us. So the members of Hezbollah and other freedom fighters are ready. They are always ready. 24 hours a day.
The propaganda value of these attacks was enormous, and many of them were secretly filmed. Hezbollah set up its own television station, and their programs were interrupted with news of the latest attack. Today, from a secret location in South Beirut,
El Manar Television repackages the same dramatic footage in specially produced videos that are circulated throughout the Middle East. For some, in a new generation of Muslims, this bomber has become an immortal hero. Although bombing first appeared among Lebanon Shia Muslims, I heard of another Lebanese group for whom it was just a battlefield tactic. For the members of the Syrian Socialist National Party, religion played no part. I met up with one of the party's leaders, Tawfiq Mahana.
How many martyrs have you had in the party?
We have 13.
13. I mean, what goes through their heads? What I don't understand is, no, if you're a Muslim or a Christian who believes in the afterlife of heaven, and you want to commit martyrdom, you're promising me a future, what you believe in or you don't believe in. What do you promise these people for eternity? I mean, this is very strange, you understand, for me to understand.
The Muslim, for example, who goes through this kind of sacrifice is promised by paradise. Our comrades are not promised by a paradise in heaven. Their paradise is on earth. Their country is their paradise.
For members of the SSNP, it was a purely political struggle. Each bomber would record a video will, explaining why they were about to sacrifice their lives against the Israeli invader. Being a secular party, there was no ban on the use of women. Half of the SSNP martyrs were female, including the world's first female bomber, 17-year-old Sanaa Mohaidli.
I ask all my family and all those close to me to carry on along my path of sacrifice until the complete liberation of our land. I want you to rejoice for me because my soul is going home. I am giving myself for the honor of my people. So I hope that you are not sad, for this is my wedding day.
On the 9th of April 1985, Sanaa drove a car into an Israeli patrol and blew herself up, killing 2 soldiers. She became known as the Bride of the South. The party arranged for me to meet a veteran commander. He's still nervous about talking, as for years he was hunted by the Israelis.
There's no one listening in on us, is there?
No.
When we're talking.
Munir al-Jamali personally organized the attack of another female bomber, Norma Abi Hassan.
One day she came to me and said, Munir, I want to carry out an operation against Israel. I said, it's wrong that you go and die. It's wrong. She said, it's what I want. My mother is no good. My father drinks and smokes. He's no good. She had lived with the party for 6 months. She had seen people dying, people going on acts of martyrdom. So she said that she now wanted to go on an operation herself. No one pressurized her.
On the 17th of July, 1986, Norma drove a car into an Israeli army base and blew herself up, killing 10 Israeli soldiers. She was 26 years old.
Norma was beautiful. She gave me this picture before she committed her act of martyrdom. On the back, she wrote me a message that said, I am going now.
Ila Rafiq, Mir Amali, Norma Abi Hassan, Azalba, Norma. Hello.
Norma. She was a really good person. A real gem.
The Lebanese resistance waged an 18-year campaign against the Israeli army, with over 30 bomb attacks, in which more than 350 soldiers were killed. In the end, southern Lebanon had become Israel's Vietnam. In the year 2000, the Israelis finally withdrew. The Lebanese were left with a heroic story that is forever commemorated in the hills of southern Lebanon. In the grounds of the new American Embassy, on a hill overlooking Beirut, there is a different memorial. This one is to the victims. 18th of April, 1983. 63 killed in the American Embassy. 20th of September, 1984. The embassy was bombed again, with 11 killed. But by far the biggest attack came on the 23rd of October, 1983, when a bomber drove through the entrance of the U.S. Marines barracks just outside Beirut. He detonated 12,000 pounds of explosives in the biggest non-nuclear explosion since the Second World War. 241 U.S. servicemen were killed. A Marine cameraman recorded these scenes. The worst terrorist attack against the United States until 9/11. This is the first time his film has been shown. Today, the site is a car park at Beirut Airport. "22 years later, the identities of the bombers are still unclear.
In the army, we have a department.
One person who might know the truth is the officer in charge of the original investigation.
Military and civil around the military. The operation of the American Embassy was the first one in Lebanon. Very sophisticated and perfectly studied and with high-level people operating.
So it's more than just a gang.
Yes.
For me, it's a little bit strange because you already had the Israeli bombing in November 1982, and they named the boy who drove the truck into the Israeli headquarters. Don't you think it's strange that in that atmosphere they haven't named the person in the truck?
Because it's very strange. When, normally when you make the responsibility who did it, etc., to celebrate the heroes of the operation. But during this period, it was like secret. Nobody declared.
And it's still a secret.
Nobody declared responsibility. Nobody declared names. Nobody. Why? I don't know. I believe the aim is not to let know which country was behind. It's a question of countries. It's not,
a country did it.
It's not a question of people or groups.
It's a country did the Marine bombings.
I didn't say so. You are saying this.
I mean, that's a good explanation. It was a country that did it, and the country does not want to be named or indicted. Very simple.
This is
logical.
This is a normal logic.
Normal logic. But you won't tell me.
I don't have the right.
So tasty, it could make Poseidon switch to a spoon. Holy divine taste from the Greek gods.
They said earning any degree would keep me in demand, but some degrees are more valuable than others. A cybersecurity degree.
Shortly before I resigned from the CIA, I discovered a damning piece of evidence as to who that country could be. 13 months before the first bomb against the U.S. Embassy, a top-level CIA source had produced a detailed report saying that Iran was in touch with a network capable of destroying the U.S. Embassy in Beirut. I am convinced that the Islamic Republic of Iran has been engaged in a secret war with the United States since 1979. And in Lebanon, one of its chief weapons was the bomber. The CIA had chosen to ignore all the warning signs. Next, like a pathological virus, the cult spread would become unstoppable.
This is a crazy fucking documentary. This is crazy.
Yeah, we're doing.
What's up, partners?
Going to get the details of Russiagate. Like, what was that? It seemed manufactured at the time. It seemed fake. It was confusing. Like, where did this come from? All of a sudden, out of nowhere, we all hate Russia, and Trump is a Russian agent, something that no one had ever said before. And then it just saturated the media, and it was the only topic for a couple of years. Yes. And no one ever kind of went back to examine, like, how do you create a story out of nothing and then convince Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, New York Times to write about it every day? And I think we're going to find out now. Do you think?
Well, great to be here, Tucker. Yeah, I hope so. Yeah.
Sorry,
No,
Charlie. It's great to see you. You know, as I get older, my manners just evaporate.
This is like Frost Nixon, you know, it's like straight in. It's like, it's like the first question. So, why'd you burn the tapes? Why didn't you burn the tapes? Yeah, great to be here, Tucker. Yes, no, I would go even a step further, because the war right now happening between Russia and Ukraine and the West's support of it actually was an extension of Russiagate.
Oh, thank you for saying that.
Because part of one of the unintended consequences of Russiagate, not unintended, I think actually intended, but unintended from our perspective, because we were so focused on the Trump component, was how it was desensitizing the Democrat Party to hate Russia. If you think about it, Donald Trump was the worst villain ever in the history of the world, according to the Democrat Party. So they needed to have an explanation as to how this guy won. Because of course it can't be the fact that they deindustrialized Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, flooded the country with a bunch of illegals and allowed opioids in the country. There must be another reason. So they tried Cambridge Analytica first. Do you remember that was the first attempt?
Yes.
The Cambridge Analytica thing. That was Donald Trump's ability to get in the back end of Facebook. That's why he won. But that didn't really satisfy the Democrats. And so simultaneously, we know this because the Russia narrative came ex nihilo. It came out of nowhere. And
that's the way it felt. I was
Yes.
completely confused.
And Tulsi is getting to the bottom of it. I'm not going to pretend to know all the details of what she's working on, and I've been cheering her on, sending her text messages saying, "You go, Tulsi, you go," because it's so wrong what happened to President Trump and so wrong what happened to our country. But when you think about it, it desensitized the entire Democrat Party to then have a very negative view of Russia, even beyond a normative Western view of Russia, as if Donald Trump is an attaché of the Kremlin. And if you hate Trump, you therefore must also hate Putin and Russia. So fast forward to Putin's invasion of Ukraine, you had the entire Democrat Party and the base of the Democrat Party that used to be anti-war, that used to be where the Ben and Jerry's guy was, and you had him on your show, it was great. But the rank and file kind of had a subdued response at best to the financing of the Russian-Ukrainian war, largely because of Russiagate. Because so many base members of the Democrat Party and the activists were led to believe that Donald Trump only became president because of the assistance of the Kremlin.
So smart. And can I just add one parenthetical note that a lot of them were pro-Russia when it was Soviet.
Correct.
Because the Soviet Union was above all anti-Christian. And then when the country became Orthodox again, it was easy to hate it again.
Yes, and if you, I mean, you know this, you helped lead the, I don't want to say even anti-war, just the skepticism from the West viewpoint that why are we sending all this money to Ukraine? Is it good for us? That used to be a left-wing thing. That used to always be driven from the base of the Democrat Party. And from AOC to Elizabeth Warren to Bernie Sanders, they were largely silent on the amount of money that we sent to Ukraine. So why? Is it because they started to love war? No, it's because Putin became an acceptable villain for the Democrat Party. Because they made the archetype of villain and the archetype of Putin and Trump to be kind of one and the same. That all goes back to Russiagate. It goes back to the lie of the dirty dossier. It goes back to how our intel agencies were then used inwardly against us. And that has really been the story the last 30 to 40 years, and you deserve a lot of credit for covering this, which is our intel services are supposed to gather intelligence and defend the homeland and to keep us domestically safe. But it turns out they're actually more about picking winners and losers in American elections and to thwart the will of popular sovereignty. So I hope that we get to the bottom of this, because we are still dealing with the real world ramifications. You have to wonder how many Ukrainians and Russians, by the way, because people are dying on both sides of this war that are made in the image of God, are unnecessarily dead because of what our intel services did in 2016 and 2017.
I don't think that can be said enough. Thank you for saying it again, that our position, I would say the war itself, I mean, I think the Biden administration provoked Russia into it by declaring that Ukraine was going to be part of NATO. That's my interpretation. I think it's true. But even if you don't buy that, we seamlessly moved from no war with Russia into an actual war with Russia, and very few people said anything about it. And I think the reason they didn't is because they had just spent the last 3 years hearing about how Putin was the worst person in the world. He was our main enemy, and not the Chinese, actually, not the Indians, not anybody else. No, it was Russia. So do you expect that people will be held accountable for it?
I hope so. I mean, look, I don't know what's in the details. I don't know what's in the documents. We kind of have a little bit of a teaser. We saw last week what Tulsi said. She said there's more coming. And basically what we learned last week, for everyone that was hopefully enjoying your summer, not glued to your phone, nonstop over the weekend, we learned that Obama personally ordered an intel report. It's like, hey, was it true that Russia was behind this election? And from my understanding, the report said, no, Russia was not behind this election, did not manipulate votes. Trump was not elected because of Russia. This was in December of 2016, in a private classified intel briefing. That is now declassified thanks to Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. What is even more...
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Oh, you're such Black. Then you need to leave them, ma'am. You hear me? You hear me? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. You gotta go. You can't act like this. You gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta go. No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely. Absolutely. You want to go for a ride? I got a ride for you. Absolutely. We're going to take care of you. 3 hots and a cot. You got it.
On my life.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is my sister. Right, we trying to make it to Chicago. I'm sorry. My bad. I'm sorry, y'all. We just emotionally frustrated. We just trying to make our fight and we missed it. Like, we've been here all day, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Emotional. Like, we from Chicago. We not from here. We trying to make it alone. We've been here since 35 in the morning. I'm not trying to scream. Okay. Somebody put something in the drink. And
Did you talk to you or? You know his name?
Okay, do we go?
Do you know his name? Do you know his name?
Yeah.
What's his name?
He got my name. My name's Preston. That's my name.
What's his name?
His name is Xavier. That's my name.
Xavier what? Xavier what? Xavier, why don't you sit down for a moment? I've got an ambulance coming for you. You know his date of birth?
No, you gotta talk to him. No. His birthday.
You're Precious?
Huh?
You're Precious what? Precious.
Huh?
What's your name? Yep.
You said what's my name?
Yep.
My name is Kayla.
You just told me you're Precious.
No, I'm not.
What's your name? What's your name?
That's not my name. I just touched my name. That's my name.
Kayla what?
Stop touching me, bro.
Okay.
Stop touching me. Go ahead. We just
Are you Xavier?
No, somebody put something in his ear. Somebody did something.
That's why I got ambulance coming.
But they did what?
Xavier.
Yeah, he was doing that when y'all left.
Y'all know what happened?
He was walking in my school.
You know what he took? You know what he took?
You can't. He was with you. That's what you said.
You know what he
For
took?
real. He was with her. She had something to do with that shit, bro. She put some in your drink. She did something, bro. She did something. Hey. Okay, bro. Back. You know who I am. Back.
Telling though, which goes back to Peter Strzok and Lisa Page and James Comey, is how the FBI and the CIA seem to be working on the same page. The FBI was almost doing the domestic bidding of the CIA. You have to wonder how much of this Russiagate situation was the insurance policy that Peter Strzok famously put in his text messages. Remember, he was going back and forth with his, with his lover, Lisa Page, where he was saying, "Hey, don't worry, we have an insurance policy." You have to wonder what exactly was that. And my contention is that that was the Russiagate situation, that they had this dossier paid for by the Democrat Party with Clinton funds to then illegally be able to spy on the Trump campaign. As an extension of that, create this entire narrative. And, part of what also needs to be said is how much of Trump 1 was stolen from President Trump and the mandate of the people because of Russia. You know, it's very funny. I was thinking about where was I and where were we as a country back in July of 2017, 6 months into Trump's term back in Trump 1. We had Jeff Sessions basically completely sidelined because of his, you know, I have to recuse myself, and honestly, an unnecessary recusal. I think that he never should have recused himself. We had Bob Mueller.
But let me just say that, whatever you think of what Sessions did or why he did it or whatever, I'm probably the only person willing to give him credit for, you know, a good faith mistake. I think it was obviously a mistake.
He was also great on crime. Sessions was actually really good on violent crime.
Everyone beats up on Jeff Sessions. I know Jeff Sessions very well. Jeff Sessions is no liberal. Jeff Sessions is a really decent man. Jeff Sessions made a big mistake, in my opinion, by recusing himself, but he didn't do it to sabotage Trump. He was the first senator to endorse Trump. He loved Trump. So whatever, the whole thing was a tragedy. But my point is, wherever you stand on that, it separated the president from his attorney general.
And then Rod Rosenstein was running the entire DOJ. You know, I mean, that true Trumper, Rod Rosenstein, right? So we had Rod Rosenstein.
Pride of Baltimore. Yes.
Right, exactly. As good as it gets. So Trump was without a Department of Justice at his first term at this point, basically.
Gosh.
We had Bob Mueller, like, lurching back under the surface, like coming back from, you know, they brought him out of retirement.
And he was kind of in a Biden state at that
without, remember his interview, he didn't know where he was, what was going on.
Poor man, yeah.
I just, as a side note, we're learning kind of how the modern technocratic Democrat Party works, which is bring an old guy with an amazing biography by DC standards.
Who happens to have dementia.
Yeah, just put him in the chair, and then all of these 30-something lawyers that went to Yale and Harvard will do all the work. It's kind of how a technocratic state works. But anyway, think about where we were in Trump 1, which I think is really important, and how we're in a profoundly better position we are today. The first year of the Trump presidency and then year 2 or 3 were largely stolen by this whole Russiagate situation. Is that President Trump was constantly on defense. He was constantly having to defend himself. He had Mueller looking into Manafort, looking into Cohen, looking into all of his close associates, which of course the report came out and showed no collusion, and all stemming from a lie. And that's the kicker. So to answer your question, I hope people start to go to jail. We need perp walks, we need handcuffs, we need mass arrests, because you're not allowed to steal precious time of a presidency away from the American people that otherwise would have been spent on government.
You have such a good memory. One of the advantages of...
And we did no prep on this.
31. No, not at all. It's just
30 seconds before
I'm impressed. The recent threat of foreign wars has turned news coverage in this country away from what's happening in the United States, and we're certainly part of that. The downside, unfortunately, is that it plays into hands of the worst people. The establishment don't want you focused on the United States because that's a threat to their control. The more closely you look at what they're doing, the more angrier you're going to get, and they're getting rich off what's happening. Correct. I also think it's just important to know that federal intel and law enforcement agencies are not allowed to form their own separate, unaccountable government and run affairs of state. That's a nightmare scenario. That puts you in a dictatorship. It's totally insulated from the public. I mean, voters have no way to control that. That's not a democracy. That's a dictatorship. And that's where we are. And I just feel like it's important to expose that and to punish those responsible.
Without a doubt. And this is now the big fight in front of Trump 2. And everyone knows it. We ran on it. We said it. And I think we're now going to get massive action in that direction from hopefully Kash and Dan and Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche, the whole gang. They're focused on this. And I think they're looking for the right place to strike, which is who actually runs this government.
Exactly.
The first term, we were kind of under this very naive idea that the people run the government.
That's what I thought.
And then we were like, well, it's the lobbyists. And you're right. Yes,
exactly.
Remember?
It's the lobbyists.
It's K Street. Right. It's K Street. It's like, yeah, okay.
But so true.
But after, I think, 7 or 8 years, and it's taken time, we're finally back to where a lot of the Hillsdale crowd has been, and Dr. Larry Arnn has been, to his great credit. It's the administrative state and the intel agencies.
Yes.
It's this fourth branch of government that the founders never created, they never designed, there was no intent for, and that fourth branch of government is unaccountable, has unknown biographies of people that are running it, and they're there for unlimited amounts of time. There's no term limits, they're not elected, and they're unelected.
There are, and I don't want to put you in uncomfortable situations, you don't need to comment on this, just brief aside, but we actually have civilian control, the control of elected leaders over those agencies, the president, of course, but also members of Congress.
Mm-hmm.
We have the committees.
Intelligence boards, too.
Right. And we have something called the Senate Intel Committee.
Right.
And the person leading that, you don't have to comment on it. I think Tom Cotton's one of the most sinister people in the U.S. government. It's like your job is to make sure the CIA doesn't form its own separate, unaccountable government, and yet he's all in on CIA, where his wife used to work. Like, he is serving CIA. And what about his constituents in Arkansas? What about the rest of us? Why isn't the guy in charge of keeping the CIA's behavior within constitutional bounds accountable to the President of the United States? Why isn't he doing that? And I just find it enormous. And I know that there are lots of good things about Tom Cotton. He's a nice guy. He's very smart. But, like, what the hell? Why does no one say that?
And let me say this also. There are whispers that this next bill is going to be passed, whatever like perfunctory bill they have to pass, is going to try to neuter DNI. Is that they want to try to wall off
CIA
Liberty Crossing.
wants Tulsi Gabbard, Joe Kent, and the other people, the director of National Intelligence, and that whole
apparatus,
which was created after 9/11.
Which is hilarious because it was created by the worst people.
Exactly.
And now it's actually it's a central nervous system for us to look under the hood, and they know it.
Right.
And so I don't know all the details of this. Someone texted me yesterday, and they said, hey, we have to make sure that Tulsi does not get basically, neutered in this whole process, that it just kind of becomes a ceremonial.
She's the one person you shouldn't doge.
No, in fact, Tulsi, and this is very important, the intel agencies by far have the least proportional civilian control versus careers.
That's exactly what CIA has, like 3 or 4.
And Ratcliffe is, fighting for his life there, and it's like, who runs, you have all these unknown amounts of people, and what are they doing? And it's a black box budget, and I believe that all roads lead back to the intel agencies on all this stuff. And so, but Tulsi is now getting under the hood. This revelation of Russiagate is massive. It's huge.
I know.
And God bless her for doing this. And I know the president cares about it personally, as he should, because how much of his life and his energy was just spent defending against a fabrication, not a fabrication of the Chinese Communist Party, by the way, not a fabrication of our adversaries, a fabrication of our own government. That's what makes this so sinister, is that our own government was turned against the duly elected president. So here we are now in the year of our Lord 2025. Who's running the United States government?
Great question.
And President Trump, he is now the hunter. He was the hunted back in the first term. I know what the grassroots want. I know what President Trump wants. We need perp walks. We need arrests. We need accountability. And if we do not smash the administrative state and the deep state in the coming 6 to 12 months, then we're actually not going to bring this entire intelligence apparatus to heel, because it's gone so out of control. And I can tell you, they are deeply fearful of this movement. They know that we are aware. They know that we are noticing things, that we're seeing patterns, that we know how powerful the intel agencies have become. And so that's why I think Russiagate really matters, is that it's a way to hold them accountable, to see how dark and honestly demonic their activities have become.
Yes.
And hopefully an opportunity to fulfill a mandate that President Trump ran on, and I still know believes to this day, which is to bring the deep state to hopefully smash it, or at the very least bring it back into balance.
And the deep state is the intelligence.
So that's the shadow government, right?
CIA.
It's not the deep state. Look,
it's not the education department.
If I could chime in, so there's two types of deep state, right? There's the Department of Education deep state. They just slow things down. That's their only. They leak and they delay.
Right.
That's it. That's the deep state of the Department of Labor. So you're getting some sort of executive order we don't like. We're going to leak it to the Washington Post. We're not going to do what you tell us, so we're just going to delay and we're going to last. Okay, fine. We can deal with leaking and delaying. The third of which, though, which the Department of Labor is not doing, they're not configuring their agency against the sovereign.
No, right? They're probably not killing anyone.
No, exactly. So the intel agencies, in its inherited composition from Joe Biden, and how it's been for the last 40 years, leaking and delaying, they're like, that's child's play. Okay, we're going to go do dirty dossiers. We're going to spy. We're going to employ feds, we're going to use special agents, double agents, we're going to use Five Eyes, we're going to rely on our foreign partners to spy on Americans domestically because we can't do that and they'll share the intelligence. And so a lot of focus kind of goes on, let's just say, the lazy slop of the people at the, Department of Interior. Okay, fine. We can clean that up. God bless the people that want to do that. But if we do not focus the energy of this movement on the administrative state, then we are going to have elections in name only. And I know the president understands this because he lived through a thwarted first term largely because of the intel agencies and what we would like to call the shadow government.
Trump had 97 charges against him, all in?
Yes. And we still don't know what happened on July 13th.
We certainly don't at Butler. That's exactly what. Why don't we know that? Do you know?
I don't know. And I know that we have the right, we could not have better people in those positions at the top. Like, you know Dan Bongino well. I could speak very high for his integrity.
Oh, I love him. Yeah.
And so they need to act on this.
Yep.
And I don't have much more to say than that, but I don't know.
FBI needs to, and
specifically the FBI on that.
Yeah, and the FBI stonewalling, and it's not Bongino, it's not Kash Patel, it's that I know of. I don't know, actually, but I know that they're stonewalling on that, and I think it's very weird. They still can't get into Crooks's devices.
The whole thing is so bizarre.
Really? Because they can read my text messages, I noticed.
they can read your signal messages.
And they have.
Which is even worse than text messages.
I haven't even shot anybody.
I will. You're not Dick Cheney. I will go a step further. I try to not spend too much time on July 13th.
Yeah, I agree.
It's bad for my brain.
I totally agree.
It's so weird. It's so bizarre. I like spending time with my wife and my kids, and I try to have a very focused subset of issues that I get passionate about.
That's how I feel.
Things that I can't get to answers on will drive me endlessly insane. So I want one day to find out what happened on July 13th, because by only the grace of God and by a millimeter is Trump alive and is Trump president.
If you can murder presidential candidates, it's not a democracy, obviously. So
and get away with it.
And get away with it, right? But they just can't get into his devices. I mean, he had no social media profile.
How did he get on the roof, and how was it unguarded? And it was 2 days before the Republican National Convention. It felt, again, if you were to kind of go in a dark place, which again, this is all speculation, it felt like, well, this is our last chance before he's the nominee.
Yeah.
Because you know what happens once you're the nominee? You get Secret Service protection.
Yeah.
And this is an unknown element of this. Literally, as soon as you get to become the nomination, by bylaws of Secret Service, whatever, you get equal presidential protection. So he had a bunch of like DHS hangovers. No offense to the people that were protecting him on the day of Butler, some of which did a great job, some of which are not people I would necessarily, go to war with.
No.
Just, more of the TSA agent mold than the Secret Service agent mold. And again, that's not a criticism of them. So if you want to get like really dark and go in that direction, you have to ask those questions. But I try not to focus too much on Butler because I think it leads you in a place where you ask more questions than we have answers.
I have the same instincts. So we want to brag, but this has got to be the most pro-dog podcast on the entire internet. They're almost always dogs, actually, just off camera. So dogs are non-negotiable. Dogs are the best, and people who love dogs really, really love them and can relate. And so for that reason, we are thrilled to announce a new partner called Dutch Pet. It's the fastest growing telehealth service for your pets. It's on a mission to create affordable, quality veterinary care at any time, no matter where you are. They'll get your beloved pet what they need, and they do it at a high speed. And by the way, if you ever brought your dog to the vet, the dog doesn't like it. They can smell the darkness sometimes. It's true. Sometimes you have to go to the vet, but if you can avoid it, you should, and you want to. And Dutch.com has vets who can treat over 150 animal conditions with just 10 minutes on the phone. You never have to leave home. You never have to scare or upset your dog. No wasted time. You don't have to wait weeks for an in-office appointment, and you don't waste money. Unlimited visits and follow-ups for no extra cost. Free shipping on all products for up to 5 pets. Membership starts as little as $11 per month, and Dutch.com saves most customers nearly $1,000 a year. We use it. It's awesome as dog owners. It sounds too good to be true, probably, but it's absolutely real. Visit Dutch.com/Tucker to learn more. Use the code Tucker for up to $50 off your veterinary care plan per year. That's a year of unlimited vet visits for $82 a year.
What would you say to somebody that hasn't tried therapy before?
Just ask yourself if what you're doing in your life right now is working. If you have peace, if you have good relationships with loved ones, or if you have healthy boundaries, if you're able to put your head on a pillow at night and just fall asleep, if you've got control of your marriage or your parenting, if what you're doing is working, then maybe you don't need therapy. But for most of the people I talk to, they don't know what the next right move is. So I would say go sit down with somebody, a neutral third party, and just say, I need help. That also benefited my daughter, it benefited my son, it benefited my wife, it benefited my workplace. But a healthy you has a ripple effect through countless other hurting families and hurting communities and hurting workplaces. And so I think a healthy you is the foundation of a healthy us.
Pets in your wallet will thank you. This is going to change the game, and we're proud to be partnered with them. So you are, I think, well, you are more in touch with young voters than any other single person in American politics, certainly on the Republican side. You're way more effective than the RNC, though I think they have a bigger budget than you.
We get along great with you.
I'm not quite sure what that will then. I don't want to cause you problems. I have no idea what to do.
Back when Ronna was running things, we did not. We were very vocal about getting rid of Mitt Romney, but
I think you're the most effective Republican organizer. Certainly among young people you are. And you deal with them and you wade into the crowd and you go to college campuses and you debate people and you have a tactile sense, I think, of what younger voters care about. And so I'll just ask you the obvious question, what do they care about?
So there's a race against the clock that's happening right now. And I think President Trump's uniquely suited to fix it. He has to fix it, which is, can we reorder the economic reality of under 30s before dark political radicalization sets in?
The economic reality. There's a topic that's never broached.
Well, here we go.
No, but it's just interesting it's interesting that's your first answer. The economics. I have always noticed, and I am insulated from a lot of that stuff, I'll admit, I don't really notice.
I would be otherwise if I didn't spend as much time, because we do very well. We're in the top income bracket. So.
Well, I just noticed no one talks about it. So I think that's weird. People used to talk about economics, they don't anymore. So you think that's economics is the number one issue for young people.
Oh,
if we don't address it, we go to dark places. What does that mean?
So a couple things. Number one, the rise of Mamdani should be it's a coming attraction of what is coming next.
Who's Mamdani?
Zohran Mamdani, the Muslim communist that is running for mayor in New York City, who obviously there's a whole rabbit hole we can go down there. He just looks kind of be like central casting, and his ideas are terrible. He wants the city to run the grocery stores, all that. But I think everyone's not everyone, but most people are missing the point of really what this is. This is yet another distress signal by young people to say, hey, if you're not going to fix our life economically, we're going to get very radical politically. And let's take a step back. President Trump won the youth vote in many states across the country, in many battleground states. Now, Tucker, 12, 13 years ago when I started Turning Point, if you would have told me that a Republican running for the presidency would be winning the youth vote in Michigan and in Arizona, I'd say, no way. It's an incomprehensible accomplishment of what President Trump was able to do. One of the reasons he was able to win younger voters, and younger men, especially in big numbers, is that they were trying to get their leaders' attention. They said, hey, this guy, Donald Trump, he is pledging to go fix our economic anxiety. He is loud. He is going to get your attention. Donald Trump was a distress signal by a lot of young people, especially young men, that were stuck in a credit-centric renter economy. And again, this is what is the rise of Mamdani. It's just another iteration of this, only from the left, which is
a credit-centric renter economy.
Yes, which is the way that we need to focus, that we need to kind of frame this. And conservatives, I think I know why, are just so unwilling to have this conversation. And I'm not even going to get into what we should do about it. I think I have some good ideas. And trust me, I'm not a socialist. I'm a market guy. I like capitalism. I think markets are good. I think entrepreneurship is good. But we need to kind of paint this picture first, because I think I know this for certain, so many people in DC have no idea what I'm talking about when I bring this up to them. And secondly, a lot of people over 50 think this is a foreign concept, and they think, quite honestly, this is just the complaining of young people that don't want to work. So let me kind of paint this picture. It is harder than ever to own a home. We know this, but how much harder? Back when my parents had to go own a home, the price of a home...
How old are your parents?
They're early 70s,
Yep.
so late 60s, early 70s. So baby boomers.
Yep.
And great parents, by the way, phenomenal upbringing, great values. So back when they wanted to go buy a home, in their beginning income years, 1970s, 1980s, home prices were on average about 3 times the average income in America. They are now 7 times the average income in America. Rents have gone up inflation adjusted from about $900 a month to now about $1,500 a month.
Inflation adjusted.
Inflation adjusted. The age of a first-time home buyer in 2008 was 30 years old. It is now 38 years old. First-time home buyer. So when we have a picture of a first-time home buyer,
That's scary.
you think of, kind of a toddler in one arm, a dog, you're trying to figure it out. 38 years old. So what is causing this? Well, number one, I don't want to get like too Ron Paul libertarian, but the Federal Reserve pumping in cheap money post-2008 has just been a catastrophe. We have spent too much money, borrowed too much money, we have deteriorated our currency, and the purchasing power every generation is getting weaker. So your dollar is actually going less and less as far as it has year over year. So then what is the consequence of this? So you have a generation that is renting a lot more than it's owning. So when you do not own something, why would you defend it? So you find then political radicalization start to seep in, because an entire generation is getting routinely cynical year over year as their net worth either stays at 0 or goes into negative. Now, my question for every Republican senator and congressman watching this, if you do not know these 4 letters, then you are not doing your job. BNPL. Do you know what that means?
No clue.
Buy now, pay later. Buy now, pay later is how 60%, according to surveys, of Generation Z is paying for things month to month. They're not credit cards. So this is not regulated by credit bureaus. It's not regulated with credit checks. It's basically, anything from Amazon to Instacart, groceries, clothing, furniture. You can finance anything. It's BNPL. It's run by 3 main companies, Klarna, Affirm, and Afterpay. And essentially, you're 21, 22 years old. You can split a pizza into 4 payments. Sounds great, right? This is the modern tech economy.
Buy a pizza on credit?
Happening now? You can go to Instacart. Right.
Never heard of Order Energy? Well, yeah. With just 5 organic ingredients, Order gives you a boost with mental clarity to take on the day. I'm at a store near you.
Right now, and either through Klarna, Affirm, or Afterpay. Those are the 3 big actors. These are non-credit regulated bureaus.
Shut those fuckers down tomorrow. No, I'm serious. I'm so offended. Here's a depressing but true statistic. Nearly half of American adults say would suffer financial hardship within 6 months if they lost their primary income earner. That's a telling sign that people are living on the edge. Many of them. The economy's fragile. It's true for millions and millions of people. What do you do about it? Well, life insurance is one of the best ways to protect yourself from potential hardship. We recommend Policy Genius to get it. Policy Genius's plans offer life insurance policies starting at just $276 a year for $1 million in coverage. It feels complex to buy life insurance. They make it really easy. They help you compare different quotes from the market's top insurers so you get the lowest possible price, the best deal for your family. Policy Genius lays out all of your options really clearly. Coverage amounts, prices, terms, no guesswork at all. It's all very clear. They handle the questions, they handle the paperwork, they advocate for you throughout the process. So if you don't have life insurance because it seems too complex, they are the answer. Your family's future could be guaranteed to a great extent with Policy Genius. Go to policygenius.com/Tucker to compare free life insurance quotes from top companies, see how much you could save, and to what extent you can protect your family. Policygenius.com/Tucker.
And by the way, two of them are foreign companies, just to recall. One is a Swedish company and one is an Australian company. I did a deep dive into this.
You can buy a pizza on credit?
Yes, you can buy almost anything on credit. Concert tickets, you can buy. So when I'm a big sports fan, I'm a huge Chicago Cubs fan. You know, it's just fun. I grew up in Chicago. When I go to buy tickets at Wrigley Field, they say, you know, finance this over the next 3 years using Klarna.
Actually?
Yes. Concert tickets, Taylor Swift tickets. I mean, so what you have is a workaround.
What's the collateral?
There's no credit score, so it's just you. It's like your Social Security. They're collateralizing you. So it's very high risk for the quote-unquote lender, but they have the late fees and the penalties make these companies eventually whole because they know they got you. And again, this is not regulated by traditional credit bureaus. So the federal government has not really weighed in on this yet. And again, you could. I just like your younger folks can affirm everything I'm saying. I'm not just right. I mean, am I correct? I'm not making any of this up. It's BNPL. So when I sit down with a Republican senator,
I never think of myself as out of it or not in touch or whatever. I flatter myself that I've got my thumb on the pulse of the country. I am shocked. I've heard people refer to this. I didn't realize you can buy a pizza on credit. Someone needs.
So, but here's the kicker. In your groceries, the belief is that Gen Z is doing this to live above their means. Most are actually doing this to meet their needs.
So that's the definition of predatory.
Right. And so again, this is not structurally healthy debt. So there's an argument for debt if you have a mortgage, because the whole system is kind of rigged towards mortgages.
Of course it is.
You could deduct the interest, the asset price goes up.
It's hard to get off the mortgage addiction. I did it, but
there's an argument for it.
You take your lumps if you don't have a mortgage.
And I think there's an argument that's actually an okay and
you could
reconcilable type of debt.
I know smart people have mortgages.
If you are in investment banking and you have student loan debt and that student loan certificate, you know, that credential got you the investment bank, okay, you bet on yourself. Maybe that's justified. Again, I'm very anti-college, as you know. There's really no place where you can make an argument that financing your Whole Foods order is good for you.
But to do that to young people who really, I mean, I'm 56 and I'm still terrible with money. I mean, it's hard. And I don't think I'm not lazy, and I don't think I'm profligate, but I also think I'm easily fooled because I'm distracted. And if I was 21, imagine how much more unsophisticated I would be and how much more vulnerable to predatory behavior like that. And everything is so easy because everything is digital now. I mean, that's an awful thing to do to young people.
And it creates a subterranean debt market that a lot of these young people think this is how you pay for stuff. They haven't been educated otherwise. Like, oh yeah, I'll just, pay for that meal in 5 installments.
What are the interest rates like?
They can get very high. I don't want to speak out of turn, but they can get to be double digits, right? And so that's really where they get you is the late fees.
This is so bonkers.
And so it's not regulated by traditional APR. So it's a gray area. And I think people are finally waking up. So, hey, Republicans.
Can you tell me the name of the 3 companies again?
So it's Affirm, Klarna, and Afterpay.
Afterpay, which is the American one.
I believe so, yeah. So one of them was bought by Box and is operated by Square, which I believe is Klarna. I don't want to speak out of turn here. One of them it's still Australian run, but it's run by Box. It might be Afterpay. Someone can fact check me on this. But those are the 3 big actors. And they've kind of just gone below the surface. So we create all this economic anxiety by pumping the system with cheap money. Everything gets more expensive. Meanwhile, we have millions of young people that are financing their Coachella tickets, but it's not through credit cards. Because in credit cards, we have a very regimented, regulated system. I think the credit cards are a disaster, and we need to kind of figure that out. But this is a totally different thing. And so what they've done is they've tried to create a loophole. And federal regulators are slow, as they typically are. And they're like, oh, no, this is not credit cards. This is something else. This is like a repayment thing. It's like buy now, pay later. And it's the opposite of what built the West. What built the West is work now, pay after. So you're going to, meaning we will enjoy things later. That's what built the West. This is like enjoy things now and pay for it later. It is a.
You know what I don't like about conservatives, and I am one, is that it would never occur to some of them that there are two sides to the story. It's like immediately, they blame the people who are, buying Coachella tickets on credit, which I get. You shouldn't buy Coachella tickets on credit or your pizza or your Whole Foods order. I totally agree with that. That's stupid. But it doesn't occur to them that there's another side, that the people loaning the money are taking advantage of the dumb people borrowing the money. That both are culpable. And by the way, I think the people with more power and more wisdom are probably more culpable, act morally, than the people who are. In other words, are we matter at the drug user or the drug dealer? And then typically the dealer, but conservatives look at all economic arrangements and they never blame the dealer. And I don't know what that is. How about we'll blame everybody? It's bad.
I think the reason, and it's a tick within the conservative movement, is that all of a sudden we're Marxists if we do that. And I think that they're. No, I'm not saying. I don't believe.
Before the cool mornings and the long casts, it's time to gear up and camp out at Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's. Save on all your camping essentials, in store and online. Your adventure starts here.
Believe that.
No, but you're absolutely right.
I think that
I'm a racist if I don't like mass immigration. Well, I don't like mass immigration, but I'm not a racist. I don't like this, and I'm not a Marxist. It's just name calling to stop you from raising the question.
It's thought terminating cliches. Is what it
so
is.
Good.
Right? It's stop thinking it, because we're going to terminate your thought by calling you a Marxist or whatever. And do I think this should be illegal? I don't know. Probably. I need to learn more about it. All I'm saying is I am here as a messenger of the next generation. I'm telling you, this is bad. This generation can't own anything. They owe so much more money than generations prior. This is the most indebted generation in history. And I double checked that. Gen Z owes the most money in any history, any generation in history. So we wonder why then all of a sudden, hey, you want to go buy a home now at the age of 38, your credit score is destroyed, your spending habits are terrible. You don't want to save and you don't think you should save. And you know what I hear from some of them is they say, well, why should I save when what I saw around me is that you need to get into this economy and spend because the savers got wrecked in 2008. Again, that's an oversimplification, but there is economic nihilism that is set in to a lot of this next generation where they're not participating in any of the upside right now, any of the upside of the last 5 years. In fact, they're only seeing the downside. They're seeing their apartments get smaller, their rents go up, their groceries get more expensive. Now, mind you, I think President Trump is, again, he's uniquely positioned to solve this. I think that his one big beautiful bill is going to help, and I think growth will help this and lowering interest rates. But let me just say, though, why do I say it's a race against the clock? And here's why it should concern conservatives. Because when I'm at dinner parties raising money, some of our donors are a little indifferent about this. They'll have kind of like a, hey, pull yourself up by the bootstraps attitude. That's hard to shake. I don't have that attitude. I actually have a lot more compassion for the 23-year-old that is working a double shift and can't afford anything. But even if you don't care about them, you're not going to like the politics that comes next.
But how do we wind up on the side of the moneylenders? I mean, at no other time in history is that considered a virtuous business at all. I know a million people in that business, finance we call it, but I don't understand why they became immune from criticism. And that's, I mean, there are places where, I borrowed a lot of money in my life and I'm grateful for it and all that, but I don't think it's virtuous. And I don't think we should say that it's virtuous. And I don't think the people who do it should be above criticism. I don't know, why is the right participating in basically a cover-up of a crime against people?
Or even like from my perspective, why is the right so blind to the suffering of the young people that just gave you a Senate majority?
Oh, fair. Good question.
So Roe v. Wade was overturned 3 years ago and people celebrated, but the battle over abortion is not over. In fact, did you know that abortions are at a 10-year high? In a lot of ways, it's the saddest thing that happens in this country. The birth rate falls and the killing of children accelerates. It's awful. Preborn is fighting this trend. They're expanding their life-affirming care in the darkest corners of the country to help women and save babies. Now, the abortion mafia don't want women to think about what they are carrying. They want them to think that ending the pregnancy will solve all of their problems, but that is not true. 11% of women who take the abortion pill, for example, go on to suffer serious health consequences. And that does not include the emotional and moral consequences. It's bad. It's ending a life. So when you give to preborn, you are not just saving a baby, you're saving a mother too. Preborn has already rescued over 350,000 babies. There's still many, many more who need help. Dial pound 250 and say the keyword baby to support their cause. That's pound 250 baby. Go to preborn.com/Tucker, preborn.com/Tucker, because children are the greatest gift, period.
This is a generation that just put you in charge of all your committees. Young people, thank you. They should be saying, thank you, younger voters. You voted Republican in overwhelming numbers. That's one of the reasons, again, I like Dave McCormick a ton, so I'm not throwing him into this, but younger voters helped put Dave McCormick as a U.S. Senator. And I think he gets this more so than most. Donald Trump built this movement of younger voters that galvanized the nation. Again, this is the untold story of the 2024 election, is how Donald Trump won the youth vote in so many parts of the country. Okay, so what are they experiencing? They own nothing, they're renting constantly, and they're involved in this scam of a credit-based economy. Everything is based on credit. And so then what it does is it deteriorates your capacity to have equity. And so, again, I'm not here to propose like a solution of all these different policy requirements. All I'm saying is, how about some national attention for this? How about
there's going to be
have a conversation about it?
There's going to be a policy solution imposed on the rest of us, which is just stealing your stuff.
Well, that's the thing. So that's what this is where the continuum, whatever you want to call it, the spectrum, whatever DC term, we're here in kind of, again, I am a market guy. I like private property.
I agree.
I like trading. I
I'm
like
with you.
when I meet someone good at their craft and they're a carpenter or they're a small business owner. I actually want to save markets. And if we don't do something about this, you're going to get a Venezuelan-style youth-led revolt.
Exactly right.
And I am not exaggerating, because what I see right here is with this next generation, younger voters, young men in particular, they're going right. They hate all the cultural stuff. The trans stuff's driving them crazy. The hyper-feminization of the economy, which we should talk about, because I want to talk about that. The whole economy's become feminized the last couple decades, and no one has the courage to really talk about it. And
that's not just female empowerment. It's more than that.
No, because we went from blue-collar jobs to pink-collar jobs.
I don't want to. I can't wait. But I'm
No, but
sorry to interrupt.
We can talk about pink collar in a second, because that's super important, because that's because male unemployment is significantly higher than female unemployment. But let's put a little button in that and just revisit in a second. Political radicalism needs a catalyst. Political radicalism does not come out of peace, prosperity, rising wages, stable families, church attendance, and happy people. Happy people, grateful people, do not get behind Vladimir Lenin, and they certainly don't get behind Chavez or Castro.
That's
With the price of just about everything going on, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Unlimited Premium Wireless. I'm going to get 30, 30, going to get 30, going to get 20, 20, 20, going to get 20, 20, going to get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month. So, Mint Mobile Premium Wireless.
Let's check his tongue for steroids.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. 15, 15, 50, 15, 50, 50, 50, and that. So,
what kind of coffee do you drink?
People that own nothing, that feel like their property is diminishing, they don't have property, or their dollar is diminishing in value, they start to look for alternatives. And so the political project in front of us as conservatives should be, how do we actually de-radicalize the country in the next couple of years? That's my obsession. And that's why I say I try not to think about all this other stuff, because it just, it's so much brain space. My number one obsession is I know what is coming next, because nobody spends more time on college campuses than me. I hate to pull rank on that, but I spend 100 hours a semester on college campuses.
And you're getting no credits?
No, I get no credits for that. I still don't have a college degree.
No, I love that.
No, but but I listen. And that's the thing. I know you ask, hey, people ask all the time, hey, why do you do these campus events? Why do you do the speech? Because I listen as much as I talk. And I put my microphone down. And these videos have been seen around the world, and people have grown familiar. But almost all of them are like, Charlie, I don't know what to do. Like trading crypto till 2 a.m. and kind of, betting that the Green Bay Packers are going to win the Super Bowl. That's not enough for me. Charlie, what can we do? And one of the reasons they voted for Trump is they said, President Trump, please reorder this economy for us because it's severely disordered. And so the Republican Party currently is focused on a lot of stuff. I get it. You have a lot of constituencies to serve. But we have participated, we being the body politic, the last 20 years, especially the last 10, in a concerted effort of intergenerational theft. And if you don't care, Mamdani is just the beginning.
So someone, in the next 10 years is going to shut it down because the public doesn't want this at all. They don't want
shut what down?
Shut down just the parasite economy. Because
Oh, yeah,
it's going to get shut down. This is, and everyone participating in it knows that. They're trying to steal as much as they can before it gets shut down. So the question is it shut down by Teddy Roosevelt or is it shut down by Hugo Chavez?
Well, and here's the brilliance of Teddy Roosevelt. So there's a lot of anti-Roosevelt fervor on the right.
There is?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, not a lot. I should say amongst the intellectuals.
They're the worst. Why do they dislike Teddy Roosevelt?
So part of it I get. Part of it is that he was
the war craziness.
Well, actually, it's funny. He actually ended the Russo-Japanese War. I think he got a Nobel Prize for it, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
Did he get a Nobel Peace Prize?
I don't know.
But anyway, he deserved one. It was a bloody war. Some would say that Roosevelt began the progressive era. I think that's an over description. I don't want to get into that because I'm not that interested in that. What I'm interested in, though, is how Roosevelt was one of the few powers to successfully manage the transition from the farms to the factories. And that's hard when you think about it. You have your entire population that is moving into cities. That transition, if done incorrectly, creates a ruling class that is untouchable. So Roosevelt was like, actually, I'm here to save capitalism. I'm here to save markets.
And he did.
And he did. And that is the enduring legacy of Roosevelt. Obviously, the national parks, which my wife and I are enjoying right now, and untouched beauty, which I think is amazing. And just the fact that he was a hunter and outdoorsman and like a man's man and super masculine and all that was awesome. I don't love the fact he ran for president in 1912 out of bitterness, but that's a whole separate thing. He gave us Woodrow Wilson because of that.
It's hard to decelerate for guys like
No, I mean he's I know the type.
Yeah, I do too.
But his legacy that I want us to, the Rooseveltian, I don't think it's the right term.
Let's coin it.
Let's coin the Rooseveltian energy, or aura, to use a Gen Z term, is hey, don't be ideological. Have a prudential aim. What do we want? We want an ownership economy. We want people that feel invested, that have real equity. So how do we get there non-ideologically? Because we actually want to preserve markets, because we want a country. What I commonly say...
Are people listening to you? I hope people in charge are listening to you.
Well, President listens to me. He's amazing. People on Capitol Hill don't listen to me.
They need to listen to you. What you're saying is true.
Well, thank you. And I am... This is going to sound really cringe, but like, in some ways, people have compared me to like Paul Revere, and it's like I'm warning of something that is coming. Yeah. Like the Bolsheviks are coming. The Bolsheviks are coming.
I wrote a book on this, and no one paid any attention.
Well, I did.
What? No, but I'm saying it's gotten so much worse, and your explanation is so much more vivid than anything I came up with. And you have the credibility that I did not have. Which is someone who's doesn't have a college degree and is constantly on college campuses, I hope they're listening, because this is the story.
This is the biggest story happening that has not yet happened. And that's what I always say, is that it's happening, but it hasn't yet happened on the front page. And when it does, don't be shocked when all of a sudden people are calling for a 75% wealth tax.
It's happening.
And they want a 50% tax on capital gains.
Totally right.
And so what Roosevelt, just to complete the Roosevelt point, is that when you know what you want and you can aim towards it, you can shed yourself off the bumper sticker logic.
Yes.
And you can get towards something practical and prudent, real and beautiful. The best leaders in American history, the ones that are underrated, honestly, the Roosevelts and the Eisenhowers, they were non-ideological.
Exactly.
They were nationalistic. They were America first. They loved the country. And they weren't like caring about whether or not they were fitting a mold of a think tank white paper.
And TR was a sincere Christian,
Yes, and I believe Eisenhower was as well. I don't know. So the statesmanship dilemma of today is, can you either challenge or convince, because one of the others, the ruling class, that this is necessary. And I don't think convincing is going to work.
No.
So you have to challenge them. And hilariously, it's actually the best thing for them.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, they're coming for their mansions, and they're coming for their assets, and they're coming for their companies. And I don't want to live in that country. I do not want to live in South Africa. I don't want to live in a resentment, bitterness country where I have to drive around in armored cars all the time, and I can't leave my house after 10 p.m.
Especially, we don't even know who lives here.
Well, that's a whole other component.
No, but I'm just saying that
yeah.
makes it more volatile. So if there is a
force
severe economic contraction, and of course at some point there will be, you're not going to have a civilian conservation corps. It's like, because the country's inherently not united, and citizens have nothing in common with each other. And like,
we're a nation of
who are my neighbors? They don't speak my language. They don't know what the Civil War was. We're not on the same page on any level, and they have expectations that are totally unrealistic because they were getting free stuff the second they got here. So like, man, you could have, this is an emergency, I think.
Yes, and it is a volcano waiting to explode. I mean, any one of your metaphors that you could put in. We are a nation of strangers. The ties that bind us together are purely economic. If you think about it, it's not language, it's not culture, it's not religion, it's not,
shared history.
It's not any of that. We have, and this is the distinction, it's the dichotomy. I ask Republican leaders all the time, because voters get it, that's the thing. Do you want to be a country or a colony? What do you mean? Well, tell me the difference. Because I can tell you what a colony is. A colony is a place where everyone just kind of comes and they trade stuff and you have a good time and you kind of go in your own little corner, but you have nothing in common. It is the reverse colonization of America, which is the greatest of all ironies, right? Because we tried to do the colonization thing, but we are colonizing ourselves. You think about it, because we really don't have much in common anymore. We're kind of in our own little corner, and all that unites us is the dollar bill. And we're told that is the most important thing. Well, what happens when the dollar bill then shreds? You see, economic volatility is survivable if you're a nation of neighbors.
Exactly.
Because then you go to church and then you have commonality and you kind of bind together and you figure it out. Like the Great Depression, for example. We survived that because we were a different people demographically, we were different religiously. But when you're a nation of strangers filled with third worlders that don't really understand what this country is about, and they're just here for free stuff socialism, watch out. And this, again, I don't like the term emergency. I'm not challenging on it, only because I don't want to do the Greta Thunberg thing where like the sky is falling.
Agree.
You know what I mean? It just drives me crazy, the over-catastrophization of American politics.
It needs to be addressed immediately.
But it will become an emergency. Like it is a canary in the coal mine, it's a harbinger, it is a sign, it's a warning of things to come, that if I get 10 minutes with somebody, I think I can convince them it's kind of a problem-ish. But then as a step further, it has all these other secondary problems and third and fourth tier problems, like birth rate collapse and marriage issues and young men not participating in the labor force. And then you don't have a civilization. And so I guess that's a long-winded way to say that almost every politician, when they run for office, will give some sort of euphemism, some sort of thing. I'm doing this because of my kids. And they bring up their beautiful family up on stage. You've seen this, 500 times. Are you really doing this for your kids? Are you really doing this for the next generation? Because if you were, you wouldn't be doing what you're currently doing.
If you can find any song in the world in seconds, you should be able to bundle your renters and car insurance in seconds. It's About Time Insurance does that. So get a quote at lemonade.com.
This is just settling hard on me because you've confirmed and put a much finer point on a lot of things that I can intuit, I can smell, and to some extent see. But so when you talk to college kids, the first thing they bring up is money.
No, not always. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I mean, sometimes it's abortion, sometimes it's trans, sometimes it's foreign policy, but the undercurrent of anxiety is economic. I do get more economic questions than anything else, for sure, but I don't want to oversimplify. But let me also divide this into two different categories. So young women are doing much better in this economy than young men. For the first time in the last 30 years, young male unemployment is around 7%, young female unemployment is around 4%. So we are seeing the creation of kind of the lost boys. They're disappearing, they're leaving the workforce. We don't really know what they're doing all day long. You and I can speculate, but if they're not, they're not reading, they're not reading Montesquieu.
If you have a whole society organized around hating white men, should it shock us that they're being destroyed?
No.
How is this an accident?
No, it's a deliberate, intentional campaign. And so what I find, young men are flocking to our events, and they want meaning and they want purpose. And some of this is values. I don't want to say this is not all economics. I want to be very clear. But some of those,
You're making me so radical that my first thought was, make them a militia, Charlie!
No.
Arm them! No, sorry.
Disavow. No.
Disavow. You disavow that completely.
That's right.
I'm the lunatic here, not you. You are very, you've got a future.
Yeah, okay. But, so, I mentioned this earlier, I want to dive into this. The entire economy has become hyper-feminized. The education system has become hyper-feminized. I'm sure you've heard those arguments.
Well,
you know that.
A lot of kids.
Yeah, again, sit still, do what you're told, right? Read the the hyper-feminine books. But you think about, what are the jobs that have had the greatest emphasis of the credentialing, which basically what college is. It's just a massive credentialing exercise. They're not the more masculine jobs that we need, which is like industrial engineering, or they're HR managers. They're norm enforcers. They're empathy driven. They're sociologists or DEI czars. And so thankfully we're finally pushing back on DEI. But a young man doesn't want to go be an HR manager. I mean, they would rather go to a WNBA game than be an HR manager. I mean, that's
a strong thing to say.
It's a coin toss. But
I don't think they're allowed to be HR managers, are they?
No, but that's
a straight man.
No, of course not. And so the entire economy, the push, the thrust the last decade has been, the growth has been in what we call pink collar jobs that men would rather sit at home and kind of just be, slovenly than be caught doing, because it's just so demeaning to how we as men are wired. They're not about creation or risk taking or value proposition or, boundary pushing. They're kind of about, well, here are the rules and the norms, and we must enforce them. By the way, there is a rule.
They're mom jobs.
Exactly. And you know why they're mom jobs? Because these women aren't moms.
Now I think we just need a militia, but whatever. Okay, now this is
no, because you think about it.
Yeah, I have thought about it, but I haven't.
No, but
I haven't thought about it as deeply as you've thought about it.
Connecting the dots.
You are connecting the dots.
Because why are these women play mom at work? Because they don't have kids at home.
That's dark now.
It's true.
So the effect is, the effect is obvious, and all of this comes from economics. So those of us,
not all of it, there's values too.
Of course, but to some extent, I just noticed that living in a predominantly black city and then spending part of the year in an entirely white area that had been deindustrialized, you saw lots of million differences. Well, there's no violence in the all-white area, for one thing, which I'm grateful for. Zero violence. But you did see similar family formation patterns where as the jobs for men disappeared, people stopped getting married.
That's right.
And so what I thought was purely about values, like decent people get married when they have children.
I totally agree with this, yes.
Turned out to be partly about values, but also the values were shaped by the economic realities. And women don't want to marry men who make less than they do, so they didn't get married.
It's the same reason why women don't like dating guys smaller than them.
Exactly.
Because they know intuitively at some point they're going to be pregnant, and they're going to be vulnerable, and they want a man to be able to defend them.
Yes.
And so again, women my wife is right here, they have an interesting way of communicating. They won't put it as bluntly as I am right now, so let me just kind of put it all out there. women deep down want to be protected and served.
Of course.
And so they don't want a guy that is earning less or that at some point they feel as if they're going to have to provide for.
Of course.
That is very off-putting. So Scott Galloway, who's a man of the left, he's actually done some really good scholarship on this. He's from NYU. He has a really important point that I think is necessary to hone in on. When women get disenchanted in the dating pool, they focus on friendships and work, which is totally true. They pour all their energy into either friendships or in work. We see that. When men get disenchanted with the dating pool, they pull out from society basically altogether. Because you know why? There's like a hint of embarrassment and shame.
Not just a hint.
More than
the definition of shame.
And
yes.
so
you can't provide, you fail.
So the women are they're more likely to graduate college, they're more likely to close on a home, they're more economically secure. They're also simultaneously, many of which are miserable. We know this. They're the most incredibly addicted to antidepressants and suicidal ideation. The numbers speak for themselves. The most miserable women of the West are those that are unmarried without kids. The numbers know that. They speak it out. And again, this is materially true. We see this in our life.
Well, the rate of diagnosed mental illness is like off the chart.
Yeah, and I think part of that is just confirmation bias. I think we're looking for more of it, so people think they have it more. But I will also say that people are, you and I both see it, they're unhappier. This is an unhappier generation.
Yes, and let me just be clear. I think most diagnosed mental illness is a total lie.
Some of which is legit.
Of course,
you and I both
schizophrenia is real, but I mean, whatever. That's a whole separate.
That's a whole separate. Yeah,
and I would refer everybody to Laura Delano, who was diagnosed with profound mental illness and recovered. I had a conversation with her earlier this summer that was one of the most. I'm still thinking about it. Let me just put it that way. It's Laura Delano, as in Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
I'll have to check that out.
It's worth it. It's worth it. Anyway, sorry. Take it over.
No, and so the entire configuration of the West has been to put men down and to put women up. And so what are the consequences of that? Declining marriage rates, declining fertility rates, and then a disordered mess. So I keep on going back to that word disorder. I think it's a very important word. We could use chaotic or we could use bedlam, but that is what young people are feeling. They can't always put it into words, but they're like, Trump, MAGA hat, something's wrong. Let's go to the Charlie Kirk event. And they're trying to piece this all because they know something is just so off. They're like, women don't want to date me and I don't want to date them and everything's expensive and what's going on here? So the task in front of us as conservatives, and we're perfectly positioned for this because we're not people of the left. We don't seek to destroy or to burn. We're arsonists. Is to kind of reorder this, put it back together, to say, okay, how did we go wrong? Too much emphasis on pink color. So Larry Fink, who I'm not a fan of at all, from BlackRock, he said something very interesting that no one decided in the mainstream media to cover. He said, there's an urgent need right now for 500,000 electricians. 500,000 electricians. So here's a guy, the $10 trillion man. He's one of the largest funds he controls. By the way, he's also purchasing single-family homes, which are
At Les Schwab, our above and beyond service means more hustle, less hassle. That's why we're proud to say you get more from less.
Pricing families out of buying homes. We're going to get into that, I think, in a second, which I want to talk about. But here's saying that there's a need for 500,000 non-college educated jobs. You're trying to tell me that we don't need more sociologists? We don't need more communication majors? And then what
about media studies?
Yeah, exactly, media studies or North African lesbian poetry. And so we peel back this a little bit. We realize that one of the other reasons why men are being checked out of this whole system is that parents and the whole momentum behind young men have pushed them into a feminized system when in reality it would have been better for them to just not go to college in the first place and pursue just normal blue-collar trades, of which we have the greatest deficit in our country. But it goes, that part is all, it is very, it's not economics as much as it is social status. And you said this on your show once. It was a one-sentence thing I'll never forget, and I've repeated it like 100 times. Upper middle class suburban parents do not want to tell their friends their kids are working construction. I don't know if you even remember saying that, but
no. But I was forced to work construction by my father as a child, and it totally changed my life and my outlook on everything. And I made lifelong friendships, literally lifelong. And I remember I didn't force my own kids to work construction, to be honest. It's not even a matter of
because society changed so much.
Yeah, but it's almost
When you destroyed the white working class, which they did on purpose because they hate them above all for some reason, when you destroy the white working class, then you have immigrants running everything at the bottom. And I'm not against immigrants. I like them actually, but I'm not going to send my kids to work on a drywall crew where they're the only English speakers. So there's actually, it cuts off that whole, I worked at a factory, I worked at a gas station, I was a dishwasher in a restaurant, I worked construction. That's what I did in the summer for high school and college. And I was from a rich family, but that they made me do that. And it totally changed my life. But I wasn't unusual in that. I hitchhiked, they made me hitchhike too. My parents did, and that was pretty normal. And it wasn't that long ago, it was the 80s. Now you can't do that because no one else working those jobs has anything in common with your children.
That's right.
They're not from here.
They're strangers.
Exactly.
And on top of that, there is a belief by upper middle class America that those are the dirtier lower class jobs. Don't
100%.
Don't do that.
They don't even speak English, so it's like not even a thing.
It's a barrier to entry.
You have to send your kid to work at a clothing store in Martha's Vineyard because if you want to work, I'm serious. If you want a working class job, what else is there? Do you know what I mean?
I know exactly.
When I worked in a kitchen in 1985, everybody in the kitchen had a criminal record. Every single one. But of course, every dishwasher has been to prison for something, right? But they were all Americans and they all spoke English, and you'd like take a cigarette break with them and you could like talk to them, and they were part of your country and your culture. They were at the lower end. I'm from La Jolla, California. I'm with this guy, he's got tattoos on his neck and he's done 15 years for something awful, but like he was recognizable as an American. I'm not going to send my kids to a kitchen now. I'm sure they're better. I'm sure the Hondurans are better people than the people I work with, but they're not Americans.
That's right.
No.
And so, what does all this mean? If these young men stay lost, and they came out in huge numbers to vote for President Trump, and we don't give them purpose, the civilization will collapse. You cannot have a generation of young men just check out.
So when Biden says the number one threat are straight white men, which he said about a million times, or what are the white nationalism or Christian nationalism, he's talking about young white men. That's what he's talking about.
About me and the young men I represent.
Bingo. Those are just dumb euphemisms.
This is one of the reasons why.
But he's afraid of them.
Of course.
I get it.
The power of, again, I hate this racialization stuff, but
I
it's
do
true.
too.
They force the racialization card. For the record,
of course,
I don't look at people in terms of skin color, but when they start categorizing me and the young men that show up to my events as toxic because they breathe, you force the race card. So, but the power of young white men in this country, if they were motivated and purposeful, yeah, young white men helped us win a world war and get to the moon and split the atom.
You better give him weed and fentanyl and benzodiazepines and DraftKings and porn just to kind of disable them so they don't rise up and eat you. That's what I would do. I'm just saying, like if I were in charge of society, I'd be like, holy shit, I'm afraid of these
You're
guys.
so right, and I try to. So I listen to your show all the time, Tucker. And
I'm sorry.
when you say stuff like that, I try to challenge it. Like, is it really a centralized conspiracy? I'm like,
No, it's conspiracy of
but
instinct.
then I'm like, I got nothing. But it's like, if you were trying to make the most. By the way, if you look at just the genetics of it, like I'm Scots-Irish, I'm like very disagreeable, boundary pushing, like rebellious. I know my genetic type, and by the way, genetics matter. We should talk about genetics more. It's not racist to say that. So my genetics come from all the way, from Scotland, from the Maxwell clan. Fought alongside William Wallace. But if you want to like kind of calm down that kind of Appalachia fighting spirit, man, you would do what you're doing right now.
It's a Protestant spirit. I mean, let's just get of course let's just get really honest about it. It's the people who founded the country are Protestants. I'm as pro-Catholic as anyone could be. My best friends are Catholic. I'm
Calvinist too.
Not against Catholics at all. I love Catholics. However, this country is founded by Protestants because they think for themselves. And they're the legacy, they're the heirs of Martin Luther, who took on, the 1500-year-old church by himself.
Totally.
They are people who believe they communicate directly with God, that their conscience is more important than federal law, and they're really hard to deal with. And so you have to destroy them first. And they did.
Well, they're not done yet. There's still a lot, and that's...
Well, I know some.
Well,
I am one.
But by the way, even the young men that are currently lost, let's bring them back in. And that's what I'm saying.
Great.
You can shed your addiction, you can give your life to Jesus, you can get your aim figured out, you can reorient your purpose. Again, Larry Fink is getting to something deeper. There's actually going to be a massive blue-collar need for all this AI stuff.
We'll just import it.
Well, that's the kicker. So that's where everyone... I refuse to accept the premise that we need a bunch of H-1B workers and a bunch of foreigners. Meanwhile, the men of this country are withering away in a basement because they've been told they're toxic and terrible their entire life. And so, anyway, I feel a moral obligation to fight for the young men that show up to my event, and you could tell they're battered down. I mean, they've just been so suppressed by either the HR department or the pronoun policing or the hyper-feminization of their classroom, and they're like, I'm done. I'm not doing this. I'm gonna go play video games. I'm gonna check out. And is that the right move? No, they should not do that. They should do what, you and I do and get your life together. Don't be a victim. But they do it because you beat down a group of people so much over so long period of time. They're going to exit. They're going to cash out.
We've just been trained to blame them, though. It's so wild.
It's all of our
I find it also out of speed now. It's what I don't think a conversation has pissed me off as much as this one that I can remember.
Well, I hope I'm not pissing you off.
No, you're just what you're saying is true, and that's why it's upsetting me. But I'll even say that about black people. I mean, I didn't grow up in a black neighborhood. I have a few black friends, a couple of good black friends, but I'm not like the voice of Black America. So it's easier for me to blame 100% blame black people for all the huge problems, the overwhelming problems of Black America. But now I'm and that's, someone said fair. I'm for blaming the victim sometimes, but I'm also for acknowledging that there are other forces, and economic forces really do matter, as noted before. And I just think it's so interesting in the people I know and grew up around with politically, they will never mention how this happened in the first place. They'll never blame the company. I don't know how we got to this place where we have to defend the company. I've worked for companies. They're horrible. They're anti-Christian. They're anti-human. They're greedy. And, they paid my kids' tuition all those years. I'm grateful and all that. But they're morally neutral at best. So why are we defending them? I don't get that.
Well, and at the very least, again, because wealth is important. We don't want to be a third world country, right?
But for wealth.
No, of course, we don't want to be poor. That should be the operative. Don't be poor.
Yeah.
But at the very least, we shouldn't have a gut instinct to defend them. We defend companies as if we're defending our children. No, they did nothing wrong.
That's so true.
Harry did nothing wrong, or it's as if you don't even know any of the facts, and immediately you're on ExxonMobil's side.
I never even had my own kids that way.
Immediately you're on NVIDIA's side. And it's let's have a presentation of what's happened here, and
how did that? You're so much younger than I am, but you seem to have paid closer attention than I have, or been onto this more than I am. How did that happen?
I think it's a philosophical inheritance from the Rockefeller-Romney takeover of the Republican Party many years ago, well before I was born.
Yeah,
that's my best guess. Is that there was this anti-Soviet, anti-communist, anti-Marxist belief that was, kind of the connective tissue of what was Reagan's rise in the 80s. And therefore, again, we exist on these ridiculous binaries at times, which is fine. Some things are binary, like sex is binary, male, female. Other things are not, which is there's a lot of steps in between, anarcho-capitalism and oligarchy-run capitalism, which is what we have right now. We have oligarchy-run capitalism and Marxism. Now, there's a lot of steps on the continuum,
right,
from oligarchy-run capitalism to that. And so, but also, if you look at the tax code, if you look at the whole configuration of the current system, which again, credit to President Trump for finally putting a working class tax cut, no tax on tips and no tax on overtime. Finally, workers get something. But the whole configuration of the tax code is really rigged towards the big incumbent actors and the top 1% or the Pareto principle. I know I sound like a left-wing Elizabeth Warren person.
Who cares?
I don't care.
You've described the problem. It needs remedies.
But here again, let me just kind of the problem should not be how are we going to get the 1% to flourish. We shouldn't penalize them. But the question should be, how do we get the bottom 50% to have a little bit better life, and their kids to have a much better life, and their grandkids have an even better life than that? That's the American project, is intergenerational wealth building. Is that you're going to sacrifice
any hotter, and we'd have to censor these sandwiches. Potbelly, we bring the hot.
A little bit, your kids will be better off. And this is the kicker. Why is it that these students are showing up in massive numbers to my events? Why do they vote for Trump? This is a fact. It is the first time since George Washington that this generation has it worse off than their parents at the same age. It has not happened, not even during the Great Depression. It's about the same. This generation is significantly worse off. And problem, this is what no one mentions. We're not poorer. So you look at all these problems, you would think, like, you're from Mars, and you're like looking at all these numbers, you would think that the country's gone through like an economic tailspin the last 15 years. Like, okay, your young people can't afford homes, and they're putting groceries on credit, and they're killing themselves, they're socially isolated, they're addicted to benzodiazepines and Zoloft. It's obvious you guys went through like a terrible economic catastrophe. Like
You lost a war, yeah.
No, the stock market's at record highs. Our companies are more valuable than ever. So wait, we've solved the tough stuff. We know how to create wealth, but we don't know how to create it for the generation that needs it most. If you look at the economic conditions, you would think the other conditions surrounding it are like abject poverty. These are the problems that like third world nations have.
I know.
Our young people can't afford stuff and they have to finance their basic necessities. And yet we're the wealthiest nation in the history of the world on the planet. We have a $37 trillion GDP. We have the greatest companies. We have all this stuff to brag about. And yet all of our problems would beg the question, and it's like this inherent contradiction. We're super wealthy on one side, like a powerhouse juggernaut, and we are like an economic nightmare on the other side. How did that happen? Answer: the wealth went to older people at the expense of the next generation.
That's for sure.
Every single economic growth decision of the last 30 years has been made. I am going to benefit, my baby boomer generation is going to benefit, and I don't care if it hurts young people. And I'm not anti-boomer. I get negative hate mail all the time because the boomers are super protective of their generation, as if I'm like attacking Presbyterians or something.
They're repulsive. They've always been repulsive. And I grew up in a world. I was born in 1969 when baby boom ended in 1965, so it was 65 or 64. But whatever, it was just the post-war generation that ended mid-60s. I'm not a boomer, thank heaven. My father's not a boomer. He's born in 1941. Totally different attitudes, right? He was born before the Second World War, our entry into it. I was educated by them. They were my teachers. And they were the worst, the dumbest, most narcissistic, the shallowest. Every sentence had like 9 cliches in it. They were all at Woodstock. They remembered when Kennedy was shot. It was the day the music died. Like, everything they said was like the Don McLean tune. It didn't make sense. It was just a series of evocative cliches strung together to create a feeling. They were idiots, but above all, they were about themselves. I hated them then. I hate them now. In 4th grade, I remember saying to a buddy of mine, I hate these people. Our math teacher just told us, I was at Woodstock. I was like, how many fucking people were at Woodstock? Like, everyone in America was at Woodstock? I thought it was 300,000 people. I mean, it's like, they're the worst. They're the ones who lecture us about the civil rights movement for 40 years as the actual supposed beneficiaries of the civil rights movement, black people, declined. They didn't care. They were only about feeling good about themselves. The only good thing they produced was like the music of 1972. Other than that, horrible people. Horrible. Sorry.
Well, and so, yes. So
I grew up with them.
That's okay. Everyone can email Tucker your hate mail when it comes
they're
to
disgusting. And by the way, if you are a baby boomer, take some responsibility for what you participated in.
That is the kicker. That's what I will say. You guys have had it great. You've had the greatest run. You've had what either Eric Weinstein would call the ego, the embedded growth obligation, right? Ego, meaning things just keep getting better. The market goes up, your house gets more valuable, and you guys are trying to squeeze the last of a lemon, and you are leaving a crummy, unrecognizable serfdom in your wake.
Of course they are.
And that is, it's bad for you, it's bad for your legacy, it's bad for your nation.
They're the ones who went right from protesting the Vietnam War to like making all this money on Wall Street. Remember Jerry Rubin was a yippie? I mean, this is before you were around, but
John
like...
Kerry went from, the Vietnam... It's the whole thing. It was all live-action role-playing rebellion. It's LARPing is what it was.
I would just exclude anyone born between 1946 and 1964 from ever holding any office. And I know a lot of them, I'm sure they're nice people or whatever.
We like Trump.
But your generation... Oh, you're just... The whole generation is just rotten.
But let's extrapolate one part of it, which is that it's definitely... That generation has not had a regard for leaving an economic...
They don't care about anyone but them.
Skip the rental counter of a Turo. Rent just about any car, just about anywhere.
themselves. That's the whole point.
So if you employ that belief into fiscal policy and monetary policy, this is what you get. An intergenerational war.
Yeah, their grandchildren who they don't care
Yes,
about.
and so what I'm trying...
Because they're on John's Island.
And, or wherever they are, right?
They're on John's Island, but whatever.
Well, yeah, and amongst other places.
No, I like John's Island. I'm just saying they're in retirement.
Yes.
And they're kind of psyched with what they have.
And their stocks keep on going up.
Yeah, and their grandson Dylan is like totally zoned out on prescription drugs, and they don't really care.
Right. Or if they are to impart some wisdom, it's, you know, when I was your age, we worked 2 jobs and I was able to put myself through college and we worked really hard. And I'm telling you,
selfish.
There are lazy people in Gen Z, of course. But honestly, the majority of young people I come in contact with, they're working their tail off. This is not a stereotypical lazy generation. I'm sorry. Like, they're no lazier than some of the people I've seen in prior generations. I will die on that hill. I'll defend this generation.
I mean, but young girls, I've got a lot of them, like, they're always buzzing around doing something. They're just self-directed. But young men, I think, that's why everyone likes to hire women. Because they're self-directed. You give them a task, they'll do the task.
They're micro.
100%.
I mean,
They're
the best
amazing at it.
And look what the scriptures tell us. And this is a very interesting thing. What did God say? He said, it's not good for man to be alone.
Exactly.
But he wasn't alone. He had God. What he was saying is that it's not good for man to be without a woman.
Well, of course.
So it's not enough for man just to have God. I mean, some people don't like this teaching, but it's true. Adam had God. He had a relationship with God. Man, if you look at almost every third world country where men don't feel that they are able to have economic prosperity or any romantic future, you get either revolution, gang violence, or complete disconnect.
Or suicide.
Or suicide, which is what we have, right? So it's the most suicidal generation in history. Now, I don't want to paint like a totally negative picture, because there is one really good trend, and it's not because of baby boomers, and it's not because of our leaders. It's that
I guess that.
Well, no, it's young men are going back to church. That is legit. That's happening because honestly, it's the only thing that they can find. It's a life raft in this just tsunami of chaos and disorder. So I get asked all the time, well, why are they going to the Catholic Church? Why are they going to the Orthodox Church more than the Evangelical Church? And I'm evangelical. I'll say, well, first of all, they want something that has lasted. They want something that is ancient and that is beautiful, something that has stood the test of time, something that's not going to change, something that's all of a sudden not going to all of a sudden just flip around and have some sort of, transgender story out. So that's a really positive trend in the midst of all this. So that's my great hope is the spiritual hope, that the young men that are lost, and if any young man is listening to this right now, like stop watching porn, stop smoking weed, stop drinking endlessly, find yourself back to church. That will reorient your life.
I agree.
And do what the church tells you to do, right? Find a woman, marry her, provide, have more kids than you can afford. That's my advice for young men.
Yes.
Don't play the victim, even though you legitimately can play the victim card on everything we've said.
Agree.
The mindset of a victim is parasitic to your soul.
I completely agree. And you shouldn't whine.
Whining is bad. But that's our job. And just to be clear, so people say, but Charlie, you talk about this a lot from a whining standpoint. No. What I'm doing is I'm communicating to a very specific audience of people in charge that are ignoring this, and they are ignoring what's coming next. And that's the whole context of this conversation.
So I agree with you. I mean, I really hope that that people are listening to you, people in charge.
I mean, the president does, to his great credit.
It seems obvious that everything you've said is true, and I just want to say for the 9th time, I really hope members of Congress will listen to what you're saying. I think it's the most important thing right now, because we are in the last stages of what we had, and we're moving towards something new. This isn't working, and it's not working for the people it has to work for, which is the next generation. They're specifically the ones being hurt. And so they're going to be big changes. And people will be punished for what we're going through right now. There's no question about it, either from the right or from the left. And my concern is not preventing them from being punished. It's making sure the right people are punished. It feels to me like the greatest injustice is when we've solved the crime, but we executed the wrong guy.
Right.
And I just want to make certain that the predators are punished, the people taking advantage of desperate young people, the people who are getting rich from payday loans and from, buy now, pay later for your pizza schemes. Like, those people should be crushed, and not, hardworking people. How do you How do you make sure that punishment is allocated justly?
Yeah, well, first, this is why the right needs to administer it, because we would pursue justice where the left would probably pursue revenge.
Exactly.
And revenge is bad.
So good.
So, but first, secondly, I hope you're right. I hope that the people that are doing bad here, which is plenty, will be held accountable. There's no guarantee. No one went to jail after 2008. And I think that was a stain on our nation. I mean, I remember my family having to metaphorically and literally downsize after the 2008 financial crisis. I mean, that was a real turning point, if you will.
I had to sell my house.
Yeah, and we didn't, praise God, but I remember, like, we didn't go out to eat for like 6 months. Like, it was like a real trimming. And
no one, and you remember that. Did you connect?
Vividly, I was a freshman in high school.
And so you connected what was happening to your family to larger economic
Yes. And a lot of millennials, which I'm a millennial, I'm the younger end of millennial, I'm almost Gen Z, have very similar stories as to mine, where they saw their parents have to downsize, trim vacations, cancel luxury items because of macroeconomic events. And I think it's still to this day a stain in our nation that no one went to jail for what happened in 2008. None of the bankers, none of the people were held accountable. And there's a lot that went into that. Obviously, the federal government was heavily involved, but we did the worst possible thing, which is we actually created and we codified the bad behavior by making the incumbent Wall Street banks even more powerful through Dodd-Frank, so it's harder for small and community banks to compete. And then we flooded the zone with cheap money. We went to basically zero interest rates, which then depreciated the dollar, which only hurt the next generation even more. So look, I would have liked to have seen, it's too late now, the statute of limitations is well past, like perp walks for people that helped wreck the economy back in 2008 and 2009, because there was plenty of material there. So there's no guarantee that justice is coming. But I think this is different. I think this is far different because remember what I said early on. In 2008, the average first-time homebuyer was 30 years old. Now it's 38. In 2008, you could have bought Apple stock for $6, $8. Now it's like $180, $200 a share or something. I mean, asset prices have ballooned so dramatically, and young people are so priced out of the entry point, let alone the completion point of the American dream, that I think you're right, that there will either be, this could be two ways. This will be a sloppy way to say it, but it could either be a storming the Bastille or Nuremberg. And Nuremberg is like orderly, and at least there's some sort of justice component.
With a Soviet judge in charge.
Well, sure. I mean, it's not a perfect example, but
the guy who did the Stalin show trials, who put him in charge.
Yeah, it's not perfect, but at least there was a pageantry to it that we're trying to pursue justice. I don't want revolution. My whole temperament is anti-revolution, and so...
No, that's such a smart point. Any legal proceeding is flawed. I don't think you should put a Soviet judge in charge, but I think any judge is just a man or person, and you're not going to get absolute justice in this life. That is absolutely right. But it needs to be, I think that's the key point, it needs to be orderly.
Yes.
And sensible, and explain to the public there's a reason for this.
So another one is, I mean, again, one that we haven't even touched on is, are we ever, I think Trump is actually doing a great job of this, holding these colleges accountable, but is someone going to finally have to be on the hook for the amount of student loan debt this generation has? Can we seize and raid the endowments? I mean, these colleges are hedge funds with schools attached.
Exactly.
They're growing their endowments by hundreds % and their enrollment by like 3 to 4%. So their endowment is exploding and their enrollments are barely exploding, not to mention all the other problems embedded there.
It's the medieval church. It needs reform.
Yeah, and so I'm not here presenting all the solutions. Smarter people than me can kind of come through with the buffet line of solutions. My biggest contention is, why is no one even admitting this is a problem?
Right.
And that's what's so bizarre.
What is that? So we began on that question. I don't know the answer. What's your guess?
Again, I'm not doing one of those things where I ask the question, it's not rhetorical. I have guesses, the first of which is that it's so bad they're just ignoring it. And
right.
I really think that's part of it, which is that Congress is so filled with septuagenarians and octogenarians that it's so distant from their purview. They're way too concerned to send more money to Ukraine or whatever their primary priority is, that kind of representing the next generation, like, oh, those kids will kind of sort their way out. We had it tough too, which they didn't compared to what this generation has to go through. But secondly, I also think that the left will eventually wake up to this. I'm telling you. They're all a mess right now. They don't know which way they're going. But the Mamdani thing is a little bit of a trial balloon. They're like, wow, that's interesting. It's getting younger people interested and involved. And just remember, like, Bernie Sanders won the Democrat primary in 2016, and he won it in 2020 if it wasn't for the COVID lockdown. The base of the Democrat Party has been yelling about economic anxiety for 10 years before it was even nearly as bad as it is today.
You're right.
And so what we as conservatives need to be really concerned about, a cautionary tale, is a Democrat candidate or politician that says everything I've just said, that runs on basically resentment and bitter-driven politics. You own nothing because of these people. Let's go take it. And that's a little bit more sane on the trans stuff, the crime stuff, and the border stuff.
That's exactly right. And that's why I don't think Gavin Newsom has a real shot, because he's so transparently a tool of the ruling class.
Totally.
AOC obviously wants to run. She's dumb. That makes her a better puppet for kind of fake economic populism, and she's actually controlled by the banks and the neocons. But I don't know. If you had a candidate on the left who was even sort of genuine, was kind of like a Tim Walz who, without the creepy personal life, wasn't sending off kid toucher vibes like he is. Whoa. I'm not accusing him of kid touching. I'm just saying he sends off those vibes like
there's an aura there.
Wouldn't have dinner with him. But if you had a slightly more normal person who was an economic populist, oh my gosh, that person would be emperor.
Well, I don't know about emperor, and I don't even know if, I don't know if they'll. They're so off course on the trans stuff, the border.
No,
stuff,
I agree. I totally agree.
And they're so married to those three things. But just all those things back, something is going to come. And
I wonder if they're married to those things because I have always sort of wondered, like, what is that? There's a lot at stake here. This is running the world, okay? So you don't just decide trans rights are central to your platform by accident. There's smart people thinking about this, and I've always wondered, was that a way to tame economic populism? Is the thing that the donors on both sides fear the most by far. They need a little bit of it in order to stop the revolution from coming. As you have said, you need a Teddy Roosevelt, actually.
Everybody needs it.
They're too greedy and stupid to realize that.
Cited.
Exactly. So, but I always have wondered, what was the trans thing? Why, if I'm running the Democratic Party, I'm a huge donor of the party, I may, like the trans thing or whatever, but I don't want to put that at the center of my platform because that's going to turn off all the normal people. I'm going to lose with that. It's too bonkers. Maybe that was inserted into the dialogue on the left to really kind of stop the Sanders insurrection forever.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Or am I being too?
No, I always,
because Sanders is what they feared most.
Sanders would have given any candidate, including Trump, more of a run for his money in 2016. I think Trump would have beat Sanders, but Sanders would have campaigned in Michigan.
Oh,
Sanders would have campaigned in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of crossover of Bernie Sanders Trump votes.
Oh,
that exists, right?
Sanders is a fraud or whatever you think of Bernie Sanders. Yes. A total fraud. However, a sincere Sanders, I think, would be unstoppable.
Yeah, and so I'm less interested in the biography or the person of where the Democrat Party is going.
I agree.
I'm much more interested in the movement that obviously is coming next. It's just so it is manifesting, it's bubbling up, and so we on the right, we should exist to de-radicalize, to create normalcy and order and a regular America, the good America that you and I miss. And so as far as the trans stuff, look, there's a lot of theories on this. Number one, I think that there's an element of the Democrat Party that's into really creepy, weird sex stuff and
religious stuff.
And
dark.
There is a religious element to the trans thing, which is I take dominion over my body.
Exactly, I'm God.
Where if you think about the Christian element, which is that we surrender our body to the Almighty, our body is a temple, right? God made us in His image. Where the trans thing is, no, I make myself in my image. It's diametrically against every one of the teachings of Christ and of those scriptures. It's against the distinctions between what is holy and profane and what is good and evil. Child and adult are blurred in the trans thing, male and female. So I think that there's a irresistible temptation amongst the kind of dark base of the Democrat Party, which exists, that they just had to hold on to this because, again, it's the snake eating itself. Progress knows no limits, right? So it goes from homosexual marriage to eventually, gay adoption to then finally, to transgenderism. But I think you're getting onto something important. From a corporate media standpoint, do I think that Pride Month is emphasized more for a reason? Almost certainly. Because I think it's a smokescreen grenade to make us kind of be unsure of where we're going, so no one actually talks about economic
Yeah,
wealth.
we don't have get out of debt month. I know.
No, if you want to be even more, if you want to be even more,
I don't think we're getting one either.
To be even more provocative, one of the 613 laws of Judaism, and one of the more beautiful teachings, is called the Year of Jubilee, which is every 50 years is debt abolition and basically the rectifying of your financial situation for the nation of Israel. It was in law every 50 years.
Because the religion recognizes, I think as all religions do, that debt is slavery.
Well, it says that in Proverbs 7:22, where it says basically, like, if you borrow money, you are a slave to the lender.
Of course.
And repeated all throughout the Torah, all throughout the Old and New Testament. And so now here we are in a modern context. Again, a little bit of debt is justifiable, mortgage, maybe, but another one that we haven't even touched on that is crushing people. Democrats are starting to talk about this more. It's medical debt. Oh, it is crushing people. They go to the ER for just, a broken leg, and they have a $7,000 bill, and they are just murdered by those bills for the rest of their life. And so you have medical debt, you have credit card debt, you have personal debt, you have student loan debt.
There's something kind of sad about the emphasis on healthcare too. I'm all for healing. I've been to I had appendicitis, back surgery. I mean, I've been saved by surgeons, and I'm grateful. However, if like the most important economic sector in a lot of parts of your country is healthcare, what is that exactly? Shouldn't you be focused on like producing life?
100%.
And not just like and I say this as a middle-aged person who's past the age of producing life, but I think like there's something, it lacks energy. It's too inward, like, oh, what about my health care? Oh, shut up. Oh, shut up.
It's also inherently bureaucratic.
No, but it's also like, shouldn't you be, I don't know, I'll tell you how I feel about my life. It's like getting older, probably gonna get physically decrepit at some time in the foreseeable future. That's inevitable. That's nature. That's like, I have that in common with every person who's ever lived. I will die. And if you can't accept that, if you're a baby boomer and you think the point of living is to go on vacation, which they do, because they're selfish and stupid, I don't know. That's like, you're missing life. Actually, the point of life is to produce new life and then help it thrive.
Yes.
There's an energy there. Teddy Roosevelt died. I think he was younger than I am now when he died. Does anyone think Teddy Roosevelt didn't live a life?
He lived a very full life.
He lived a life. And I don't think Teddy Roosevelt, in his final moments, was like, oh, damn, I've been cheated. If only I could get to Barbados. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, there's something sad about everything is about maintaining an increasingly declining quality of healthcare. We're not building something.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
I'm not articulate. I just hate it. It's sad.
And it's all, and if you look at, yes, the prior generations had a different moral view, which was far less about getting another 15 years on your life expectancy. It was about, how are my kids doing?
Yes.
So if you just look at it from pure economics, again, I'm not a eugenics
Do I
guy.
have a mission?
Yes.
Am I making something?
Exactly. And what are you leaving? And right now, and again, I'm not here to like make people feel bad if you're over the age of 70, you're leaving a crappy country for your kids. Trump is fixing it. He's working his tail off, but there's structural stuff that he's going to have to fight like hell.
Also, stop talking about your illnesses. I don't like that. Stop that. My father died at 84. He had a million illnesses.
That is definitely...
I never knew what they were because you never mentioned them.
But by the way, that's very waspy. Not to talk about
he was.
No, not to talk about your health stuff. But like 70 plus a tick is like all your health stuff is like the only dinner conversation, right?
Are you joking? I remember thinking, my father would say when he got old, these old people, all they talk about is their health. It's so boorish and self-involved and boring.
But it's also, if you think about it, it's not very Christian.
No.
Because we're just here temporarily in the Christian view. There's an afterlife for us. There's the next life. Our bodies will actually resurrect.
Yes.
Christ our Lord will come back and reign over this earth in the 1,000-year millennia. So we shouldn't be overly fixated.
But until that happens, they're rotting. We're all rotting.
Oh, by the way, it's
so
like,
just like deal with it, accept it.
Exactly. You have an expiration date.
Yes.
And God is in charge of that. So what do you do with that?
Amen.
And so if you look at the biblical figures, they weren't like overly interested in like, mastering the back nine.
No.
At the Naples Country Club.
No.
It was God wants us in 4 words: love God, love people. And we've done a very poor job of that in the West.
I agree. Wow, Charlie, you really spun me up. So how do you get this message? So we've had a conversation for an hour and a half, kind of on a what I think and you clearly think is the single biggest and least addressed issue going forward, which is how are we serving the next generation? But you also spend an awful lot of time like in actual American politics and the mechanics of it. How do we get people elected? How do we get people out to vote, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Can you just be a little more precise? So you know every lawmaker, certainly Republican lawmaker. Why isn't, what is so hard about what you just said for them to understand?
Well, a lot of them only represent, they only represent their voters just as kind of as an act. It's not an actual thing that they do. I think of Lindsey Graham. And look, Lindsey Graham, I'm sure if we had him here, he'd tell hilarious jokes.
The most charming member of the Senate.
I'm great. I'm sure.
He is. He's smart. He's charming.
But
great guy.
Does he represent like the economic anxieties of a 24-year-old welder in Columbia, South Carolina? I mean, of course not. But part of the problem is, and we're trying to fix this at Turning Point Action, is actually the process of how difficult and how expensive it is to get good people elected in office. We haven't figured it out, but we're working on it. So we're engaging in Republican primaries and across the country.
So Lindsey Graham's primary, I think Lindsey Graham is up soon. I say this as someone who has enormous affection for Lindsey Graham personally because he's enormously likable. But he can't if he gets reelected to the Senate, then it's all fake, obviously. He has zero interest in America. He only cares about hunky Ukrainian soldiers or whatever his trip is with them. He needs to lose just in order for this system to stay viable and real. How hard would it be? I'm going to do whatever I can to help him lose because he does need to spend time in retirement. How hard is that?
It's going to be very difficult.
Why?
Well, for a couple reasons. He's going to have a ton of money, probably have tens of millions of dollars to spend.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Senate leadership will most likely pour a lot of money behind Lindsey Graham. His numbers are underwater, but also he'll try to make a mess of things. There'll be other candidates kind of thrown into the mix to try to split the vote.
Yes.
Remember, it's a plurality, not a majority. I don't think they have a runoff system in the South Carolina primary. I don't want to speak out of turn there. But senators are really, really hard to come by that are decent. Mike Lee is a great example of a decent person in the U.S. Senate. He is a great person. There's not many of them that are actually decent and that...
Eric Schmidt's a good man.
I agree with you. Eric is a really good dude. Yeah.
Just like as a person.
He's a Cardinals fan, but besides that, he's a great person. But no, look, as far as how hard it is, this is why what we are doing, I think, is very exciting at Turning Point, but also simultaneously a threat to the Republican establishment. Is that we're big, we're not going anywhere, God willing. We're loud, we're young, we're energetic, we're principled, and we're kind of new right.
Yep.
Because we're not part of this whole neocon, invade the world, invite the world. And we got to talk immigration too, because that's a whole component of this. Because amnesty is going to try to be pushed by some people soon. But we're a different flavor. We represent a generation primarily that is mad, that is angry, but we want to channel that frustration into a prudent way. Because again, we don't want a revolution. So we're a threat to the established Republican order, and we kind of delight in that in more ways than one. So look, we're going to be involved. Other one that we're really involved in is Kentucky for Mitch McConnell's empty Senate seat there. Nate Morris, who's phenomenal, who's actually running on an immigration moratorium up against kind of two of McConnell's lackeys there in the open Kentucky Senate race. And here's the thing. If we or anybody were able to take out Lindsey Graham, that will send a signal to the rest of the conference.
Agreed.
That will be such a definitive signal. And so, look, we're gonna involve ourselves in many races. We'll see if we do Lindsey Graham. We most likely will. We had Andre Bauer at our event. We're also going to be really involved in stuff in Arizona because we got to kind of get some things sorted out there. But more importantly is this is the other structural problem. What we at Turning Point Action, specifically our political arm, seek to do is try to make Republican voters back into alignment with their elected leaders. Because there's a misalignment that's happening. And Trump was the one that exposed this alignment.
That's for sure.
He's like, wow, you guys are totally not in alignment on your worldview. And I think Lindsey Graham is a perfect manifestation of that.
That's it. It's not personal.
It's not at all.
I'm so mean to Lindsey Graham, but it's not personal. It's just that the system is fake if Lindsey Graham keeps getting elected in one of the most conservative states. That's all. And the system can't be fake, or else you have a revolution. And I don't want a revolution. So you did this. You're very close to President Trump. I think personally and politically, you did this amazing thing the other day where you tweeted out, amnesty's coming, people are pushing amnesty. You don't have to answer if you don't want, but my sense is that the president was part of your intended audience. You just wanted people to know what was going on, and bless you for doing that. But I wasn't exactly sure what you were talking about. Who is pushing amnesty, and what form could it come in, and how imminent is this threat?
Yeah, and well, firstly, the president has said no amnesty, which is great to hear, and I'm glad he's saying that. He should keep on saying it because he ran on that. And so I was not surprised when he said it, but he needs to say it. But look at Maria Elvira Salazar. I think that's her name, right? She came out the other day and she is pushing an amnesty bill through Congress. I had a text from a U.S. senator that you and I both respect, and he said, look, there's whispers that are now becoming real conversations and chatter of amnesty. And think of how sick and dark this is. We passed one big, beautiful bill, which is by far the greatest fortification of the southern border, the greatest deportation effort that we need. I mean, it's legit investment to get the deportations that we voted for, and that the ink is not even yet dry of President Trump's signature. And almost simultaneously, we're hearing about amnesty. And so, look, Maria Elvira Salazar, she's saying, well, if they've been here more than 5 years, it's not a pathway to citizenship, it's a pathway to dignity. Let me tell you exactly what would happen.
How about get out?
Well, of course, hasta la vista. How about that, right? And so, but let me be even more clear. We have no documentation of anybody that's in this country. Undocumented is not the proper term, but it's not totally incorrect. So all that someone would have to do, let's say an ICE agent knocks on the door of somebody and they have a deportation order, you are going home. All they'd have to say is 5 años, 5 years. And they could end all deportation in real time. So the person's been there for 3 years, and they'd have to just say they've been there for 5 years, lie, go to some judge. It would take them 4 years to get in front of the judge, and they'd hit the 5-year threshold. It's effectively amnesty and a loophole workaround being pushed by Ms. Elvira Salazar. And I don't know what...
She's a Democrat?
She's a Republican, which the whole thing doesn't make any sense. First of all, she's from a Cuban district, and why a Cuban district is so worried about like mass illegal immigration is very bizarre to me, unless she has a bunch of constituents that are doing visa overstays, because it's not exactly like southern border central there.
Maybe she's just a leftist.
I don't know what she is, but it's very perplexing. Number two, though, we're winning Hispanics in record numbers because we're strong on the border, because we're strong on deportations. She's like, oh, if we don't save this, if we don't solve this problem, we're going to lose Hispanics for a generation. We're winning Hispanics because we're hard on immigration. We're winning.
Well, so what about everybody else?
Well, yeah, how about exactly? And then that goes to the core essence of, what about the actual American people that have not been represented the last 50 years in our government?
Your ancestors are here for the Civil War, okay? That was, 160 years ago. Seems like you should have a say in all this.
My family came here in 1620, Alphonsus Kirk. We've been here for a while. 400 years.
Yeah, so, I don't think you should get 2 votes or anything, but I also don't think that we should ignore you on purpose, and it's like, why don't you be quiet, Maria Salazar? And who are you anyway? Stop.
When she does this ridiculous thing, she says, we're going to try to have this Solomonic compromise of splitting the baby, which, by the way, it's not even what happened in 1 Kings. It's a whole separate issue we could talk.
So why would you want to cut a baby in half, you freak?
She literally said that on TV. I don't know if you saw that clip.
She's obviously dark.
Yeah. But also, the fascination of the ruling class when it comes to amnesty is very, very sinister. And
it's like abortion, they just can't give it up.
It really is. And I've had amnesty pitched to me multiple times in every one of the ruling class havens you can imagine. I never get amnesty pitched to me on either a college campus from like a work, or like in Columbus, Ohio. Like when I go to a football game, no one's pitching me amnesty.
But they never want amnesty there's never amnesty for bank robbers or drug dealers or people convicted of hate crimes. I notice it's only
such a good point
for illegal aliens.
Such a good point.
And why is that? Because they don't like the people who live here and they want to change the population. That's why.
It's about mass demographic replacement, of course. Because if you can't win over the population, or if you hate the population, which they do, then you need to replace that population. And again, this is the great replacement reality that is happening in real time. And so we finally have this mandate, and God bless Stephen Miller. He's fighting his heart out every single day to get this deportation effort underway. And the president ran on this, and the president is committed to this, and the president is going to get this done, unless these people in Congress try to get in his way, which is that we need to deport 20 million people. This all goes full circle, by the way, back to the young people conversation. It's just the 2010 strategy. We need to build 10 million new homes and make sure private equity cannot buy them, and we need to deport 20 million people. We do those 2 things, we're going to be in a much better place. However, we voted for it. We have a president in office that wants to do it, that is doing it, and yet there are several congressional actors that are trying to undermine him right now.
What about the pressure you keep hearing about from different sectors? Hospitality, I think that's real. Ag, I don't know, is that real? I mean, who is pushing this other than
the corporate titans for sure?
Yeah.
I mean, so the ag one is interesting because we're told that we need to have mass immigration or else the crops will rot in the field, which is interesting because I thought we're going through like a moment of mass automation right now.
I kind of thought that.
So what's the argument now for mass immigration if robotics is going to take over everything?
Well, Elon just sent a video out this morning of a robot making popcorn. So if a robot can make popcorn, he can pick lettuce, I think.
I would imagine. So maybe it's not about picking the crops. Maybe it's about the fact they want to change the demographics of this country.
Yeah.
And so, but I mean, but secondly, the hospitality one, maybe, I guess, sure. How about this? Hire Americans and pay them more. There's a 7% young male unemployment rate. Remember, I said that earlier? Wait a second, 7% unemployment used to be called a crisis in this country. That was during the Great Recession. Remember, we got up to 8 to 9% unemployment? So maybe we should go hire some of the young men that are on the sidelines of this economy and make this a nation again, not just an economic dumping ground for the third world.
So you often hear people say, well, I would love to do that, but the native whites won't work hard. Okay. I don't know. There's something about mass immigration that degrades the existing population. People get less impressive when their country's invaded. I don't know why that is. I've always noticed that.
The UK is a great example.
It is a great example. The Brits themselves, it's like, I go to the UK, I have family there, I go there, all my life I've gone there, and you see, I always kind of like the Brits. They're weird, but I sort of like them. Creepy kind of, but whatever. But they've gotten weirder and creepier over time. As it's become more Pakistani, the native-born Brits, the white Brits, have become way less impressive. I'm not imagining this. Or do you know what I'm talking about?
But also the morale goes down. It's almost like you're a conquered nation
Yes.
and you know it. London was 95% white in the 1920s. It is now 29% white.
Yeah.
Now, again, I don't think whites are better than other people, whatever, but it's just not London anymore.
There's the indigenous
It's
population.
something, exactly. And I thought we're against mass replace. That's ethnic cleansing, isn't it?
Well, it's literally ethnic.
I mean, I thought, we're, lecture all the time on ethnic
If it was
cleansing.
happening
but
in Tibet, which it has.
again, I'm not for that, wherever it is.
I agree, but if you replace Tibetans with Han Chinese, no one's like, they're all Tibetans. They're all Tibetans. It's like, no. It's a strategy designed to replace the Tibetans.
Again, if something fails, when you change the people, it fails to be what it once was.
Of course, but it has a dispiriting effect on the people being replaced, and they're not what they were all of a sudden.
It's hard to measure, but it's so true.
It's so noticeable.
It's noticeable. You feel it. You see it. Again, it's not gonna. This is what's so important about conservatism in the new era. A lot of what drives us will not always show up on a chart or a graph. Because look, a lot of this I talked earlier is like numbers of home ownership, but something as simple as that is so true. Their morale is down. They believe goofy and weird stuff. They almost have this strange fetish in London that they like being conquered.
Oh yeah.
That they're like enjoying the slow motion rape of their
Invade me
country.
harder.
No, like it's
Daddy.
like no, seriously.
Oh, I agree.
It's like this weird sexual
I
attitude,
agree.
like, yes, Islamist, come into my country. Like, what?
No.
And it's just, I don't know what that is, but I will say this though. I will make a hypothesis though. That
It's the immigration cuck, I think we would say.
no, it is though, but
No.
a secular nation cucks out. For sure.
100%.
And so what does that mean? When you don't believe in a divine power, I mean, they're super secular in the UK. Then all of a sudden they need to have some sort of belief system. So their reason for being is that their master is some Mohammedan from Afghanistan.
That's totally right.
And again, I debated at Oxford and Cambridge back in May. These are broken, conquered cities and towns. They're completely unrecognizable. London especially is just gone. It's a husk of its former self, as you would say. It's a museum.
Depressing.
It's depressing. It brings down your soul.
I agree.
And when I go walk through Piccadilly Square and there's just more Muslims than native-born whites, or there's something wrong about that, and that is a metamorphosis and then you have to wonder, did you vote for this? Did you want this? Did you invite it? And so
something about the two, it's the way it happened, it's the scale of it, and what's really a head trip, which I'd recommend to anyone, is going from London to Riyadh or London to Dubai or London to Doha. I've done all of that. And you're in London and you're like, man, we've got a huge problem with Muslims, like they're bad. And then you go to Doha or Riyadh or Abu Dhabi or Dubai, any of the Gulf, and you're like, man, I love Muslims because they're awesome.
So how do you?
I don't understand exactly what's going on. It has to do with, and let me just say, in point of fact, I've never been, or I am not currently anti-Islam, especially. It's not my religion. I disagree. I think it's wrong, but I'm not mad. And I'm not mad at Gulf Arabs. I think they're amazing. They're amazing. They couldn't be more tolerant, open-minded, kind, just great. There are things I don't agree with, but in general, they're great. And have even said, because you can say whatever you want in their countries, because as long as you're not attacking the leadership, they have free speech in a way that we don't, which is really wild. But I've said at dinner, like, what is that? Why am I so happy here in, pick the Gulf capital versus London? And what is the deal with the Muslims in London or Cologne or Berlin or whatever?
Yeah.
Like, what is the difference? I've never gotten a straight answer. But I do think part of it is mass migration of any kind is a lot. It's a lot. And it has bad effects on everyone involved.
So
the immigrants and the conquered.
And also, I think that there's just a lot of third world Muslims that are.
Well, there's also that.
Doha is a very very.
Well, there are 300,000 citizens.
Right. First is Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Riyadh are very first.
But the people.
Karachi is not exactly.
No, Karachi's pretty intense.
Is it?
I would say Karachi's pretty intense. Yeah.
I wouldn't put Pakistanis up with.
No, though I've had amazing meals with people in Peshawar, Pakistan, who are like reading P.G. Wodehouse novels. They're super smart and have all these languages and stuff. I don't know. There's something about immigration, the mass migration, that degrades everybody involved. I just noticed it. This is not an ideology that I have. It's something I picked up from traveling a lot.
And you just become so you have two options. I mean, and the UK has decided just to kind of just bend over and take it.
Oh yeah.
Which is just you can fight it and resist it.
They've been doing that for a long time.
No, that's kind of their whole shtick.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, post-World War.
Was it Kane?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just that's their whole thing. But in America, we're finally having a different attitude to mass immigration, which is we can now talk about it, we can question it, we can vote against it. The question is, can we remove it? And that's one of the biggest public policy challenges in front of us. Can we remove the 20, 30, 40 million people that have come here illegally? And what President Trump is embarking on doing is one of the hardest, most difficult things that we could possibly
come. Do you think it has a shot?
I think we can get to 10 million this term. And that would be huge. If you count self-deportations, for sure.
Wow. Are we on track to do that?
We have 1 million self-deportations already, guesstimated. And I can tell you anecdotally in Arizona, like a construction project happening right down the street from where we live, they said that whole crew of, kind of laborers self-deported, they hired Americans the next day, or at least people that were here legally. So there's anecdotal evidence of self-deportation occurring. And the margin, at least under Eisenhower, when he did mass deportations, is 10 people self-deported for every 1 forcible deportation. And so CNN just did a special of a guy and his family that's self-deporting from Pittsburgh. Adios. So look, I think the goal needs to be 10 million this term. 10 million would be a massive accomplishment. That would make the country a considerably and measurably better place.
Is there any effort or even conversation about getting the refugee system under control?
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah, I mean, I think that, first of all, it's a scam.
Why do we owe refugee status to anyone? No one's ever explained that.
I don't know if again, this is a really important point. Almost all of the excesses, mass migration, refugee, is because the left has weaponized inherited Christian principles against us. So we as Christians, we have an open-heartedness towards refugees. It says what we should do that in the scriptures. Doesn't mean that we should do that blindly. So what the left does is they take good-hearted Western Christian beliefs and they totally weaponize them for their kind of remake the body politic of America.
Here's what I find so unchristian about our refugee system, even before the left distorted it, or maybe they distorted it from the beginning, is Christian charity is the responsibility of the Christian. So all these Christian groups and Jewish groups and lots of different groups, but a lot of Christian groups, Catholic Charities, Lutheran Social Services, all these groups that use the gospel to justify it, bring in families or individuals and then offload the cost onto taxpayers. It's like, how does that work? How is it charity if I take your money and give it to somebody, do I get credit in heaven for stealing your money and giving it away? I don't think so.
Yeah, and also it says in the book of Deuteronomy, one of the last things Moses says at this farewell address, like Deuteronomy 28, on the top of my head, be careful who you allow within your gates, within the country, because they will soon become your masters.
Well,
and boy, is that not
we're about to find out how true that is.
Phenomenal truth from the scriptures, as always. But look, I know the Trump administration and President Trump, they're trying to strip refugee status of the 500,000 Haitians. I mean, that is just grotesque,
I would say.
And so I think every single one of them has to be returned back to Haiti. By the way, it's like this great contradiction. Haiti is a wonderful place that everyone should go visit, the left tells us. But they don't want Haitians in their neighborhood. It's like, okay, well, which one is it exactly?
Haiti is an amazing place. It's the best place ever. It's not a shithole nation at all. It's incredible. Stephen Colbert actually goes on vacation there. But everybody in Haiti needs to get out immediately.
No, that's
it's
exactly
so terrible,
right.
And you have to pay for it.
It's so wonderful that they have to be allowed to leave to your community, but not my community.
So, I just hope that this last 2 hours, that every member of Congress sees what you said. I was like trying to keep up with your analysis, which is the sharpest I've ever heard on that subject. Like, what is the crisis among young people? I think you described it better than anyone, and I really hope people listen to what you're saying.
Well, thank you. And I mean, we cover this on our show every day. People can follow the podcast, and thank you, Tucker, for your leadership on this. Look, there's a lot of issues to cover, but this one is going to supersede every single one.
I think that's right, because it's going to be President Mamdani, and he's not even a real socialist. He's just a trans nonsense lifestyle liberal bullshit like all of them. You know what I mean?
Even Marxist, right?
Exactly. If he was like a wobbly, at least I'd be like, respect. But no. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Tucker.
Charlie Kirk.
Thank you.
So it turns out that YouTube is suppressing this show. On one level, that's not surprising. That's what they do. But on another level, it's shocking. With everything that's going on in the world right now, all the change taking place in our economy and our politics, with the wars on the cusp of fighting right now, Google has decided you should have less information rather than more. And that is totally wrong. It's immoral. What can you do about it? Well, we could whine about it. That's a waste of time. We're not in charge of Google. Or we could find a way around it, a way that you could actually get information that is true, not intentionally deceptive. The way to do that on YouTube, we think, is to subscribe to our channel. Subscribe. Hit the little bell icon to be notified when we upload and share this video. That way you'll have a much higher chance of hearing actual news and information. So we hope that you'll do that.
School bells are ringing. It's time to get the perfect phone plan for your kids at half the price you're used to. Telemobile comes to rescue your family budget with the most flexible phone plans in the U.S. Need just talk and text for the little ones? No problem. Have a data-hungry teenager? Go for unlimited at just $25 a month. Easily upgrade individual lines and build a family plan that fits everyone's needs. Visit Tello.com and discover more.